Hello. I'm just getting a little bit more set up here. And I think we are ready to go. Oh, you know what? I did not check. What profile am I using? I can't even see. Okay. I have to change this. Okay, so we ended up using 5 gigs of data yesterday at 2 megabits per second for a 2-hour stream. That's not sustainable, so I have to knock it down. um, even at 100 gigs of data, let's see, that would be what do you want, eBay? Ooh. Well, that rocks. I just won a thing on eBay. I like it when that happens. Okay. Anyway, what am I looking for? This. Hold on. Okay. Let me run some math here. So 5 gigs times 10. No. 2 divided by 5. So that's 0.4 gigs per hour times 10 hours a weekend times 4. That doesn't seem right. Is that only 16 gigs? No, that's not right. Wait a minute. Hold on. Math. Wait, golden kappas? Wait a minute. What we got going on? Wait a minute. What? Am I missing donate things somehow? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. What's going on? This isn't running. Why is that not running?
Deck Talk is now online.
Okay, there's Deck Talk. Is it not? I'm not seeing anything pop up in the donation list. Hold on. Is it broken? No. Okay, good. Just making sure. All right. I'm just confused by the golden kappa thing. Alrighty. What was I doing? Oh yeah, stream. So yeah, hold on. There's no hype train. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So I need 5 divided by 2, not 2 divided by 5. 5 divided by 2. So that would be literally exactly 100 gigs a month. Okay, so yeah, we can't have that. So I'm going to drop it to 1.5 to target 75 gigs of data a month, and that should give us maybe 1.3 to give us a little bit more leeway, because I run over more often than not. So give me 1 second. I will be right back. Okay. This is both 1.3 megs and 1080 60 H.265. So there we go. It's not issues with the data cap, and I did not solve them. It's just up to 100 gigs now. But I had increased the video quality yesterday to see what it would look like, and it turned out that if I left it running at that, it would use all of the data every single time. So that was bad. Quality too bad? I mean, the quality is always bad, but like, is it noticeably? I mean, it can't be worse. 60K. Okay. All right. Oh, this is, yeah, okay, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. So, yesterday, we left off working on the Micronova. We got the operating system installed and configured and all that fun jazz. This thing's heavy. Oh my gosh. And I'm doing that as part of the final video script. So today we need to finish that last video up because this morning I had way too much time. Yes, 2 of them. And if we finish that up, I have another exciting thing about that. What was I doing? Hard drive power up time. No, I am going to state right now, I do not want to be badgered about the hard drive. Do not do it. Just going to be very, very blunt about that because I had 5 years of being badgered about the data generals. I do not want to be badgered about the hard drive. Okay. So anyway, drop one more movie. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we got to get CRT edit on there. No. I just wanted to let you know, crazy boy, because it does seem innocent enough. I get it. I just want to make it known that I really, really don't want that to be how it goes. Nakalak, thank you for the Prime sub and for 37 months. I don't know why those aren't being read. That's weird. Why am I seeing them but not hearing them? You guys didn't hear them, did you? Dead talk. Cool. Why? Let me try restarting it just for kicks in case that fixes it.
Is now online. End of line. Nakalak subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 37 months.
I don't know, maybe
this is
it'll work.
Out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. End of line. Chlorocoon says CHER 100. I can't badger you about it, but I promise not to raccoon you about the hard drive. End of line. Magicotech says CHER 100. What's a treasure train? End of line.
I got no idea about anything that's going on because I don't look at the Twitch dashboard now, so apparently I should bring that up. Where did I get this machine originally? Apparently where all data general stuff resides, Tucson. Treasure train. I have no idea what that means. Treasure unlock, limited time, 35% off, gift sub at level 5. Okay, so if you get to level 5, then I'm guessing 35 gift subs are 35% off. That is a lofty goal. Alrighty.
CRAZYBOY 2025 SICHER 100. Sorry, Shelby Dash. Generally sorry. End of line.
Crazy boy, thank you for the 100 bits. I hope I didn't make you feel bad about that. I just really wanted to let it be known that I don't want that to become a thing. So, okay. What are we doing here? Oh, yeah. So 2 points in the universe where data general stuff converge. That's there in France. Yeah. I don't really think. I think France was the anomalous location. This is something that I was talking with AJ from Forgotten Machines about. My Dasher, that Dasher, the one that just sold on eBay for $1,200. Another one that I remember from a couple of years ago, That is all.
Says CHER 100 if it becomes a thing. Give it to Belgiumet. He's always losing his thing. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Basically, every dasher that I can remember that has traded hands came from Tucson. And same thing, AJ, like, thinks the same thing. Spending 1,200 terminal, at least pick one that's got a printer port. It gets even worse, okay? The one that's sold on eBay, it's like this, okay? Monitor, terminal, computer component only, no keyboard, and it has vertical collapse. Which we're not surprised by, at least I'm not, because those CRT modules are just hot garbage inside, so I'm not surprised. But yeah, anyway, my coffee is over here. I would like the coffee. Yoink, coffee. Too many folks all on Severance and just wanted for a conversation piece. Yeah, no kidding. Hunk of junk for 1,200. The Severance effect. Yeah, seriously, there was one that was complete with a keyboard that didn't sell for 1,000 for months, pre-Severance. So, wow. Presumably don't get this out of my space discount with eBay. No. It is, yeah, just ridiculous. Hold on, I need to close Nextcloud on this thing because it's being cranky. Going treasure train was a mistake. Googling trade. Oh, okay. I don't want to know. All right. Let me read through my script for the next section here. Oh, this is a cakewalk, guys. We got 2 paragraphs left. One of them I can do at the end of the stream, so we don't even have to worry about it. I can just do that as part of the outro once we move this out of the way, because I don't want this here when I'm recording it. So, okay. Glad I'm getting to watch today. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Cross-dasher communication using 2 serial cards in data general. I mean, the second serial card is currently dead, but once it works, that would be awesome. There's just, one problem. They can't cross-communicate. Only one can communicate one way because there's no keyboard for that one. And I don't think I want to ever attempt hot-swapping keyboards. Paul Guy, Treasure Train is apparently some kind of special Twitch thing where it gives discount on subs after you get to level 5. So, on May 8th. Oh, so 9 days ago, huh? Okay. Let's see. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to just boot the computer to the point that we had it working yesterday. We'll boot the computer to the point we had it yesterday. I need to yak at the camera for 1 paragraph just to explain what CRT edit is. And then we are free until the end of the stream. And then when I stand here and do the, yakety yak outro, I'll just also record the outro for the video and we'll be good. Everything else I have in my script, literally, you want to see this? All right. You want to see this high quality level of production? Okay. This is what you're, oh, you can't see it because it's out of focus. That's almost even better. I don't want to touch the focus because that's currently correct. It just, that just says IDK. That's the whole scripted segment for everything for CRT edit after I introduce it as a concept. So that's what we're doing. So keyboard holding on for its life. Yeah, actually, okay. I may have asked this before, all right? But we were talking about this computer yesterday. This is apparently a Surface 4, okay? So this is the keyboard for it, okay? It's the, like, velour, I'm not really sure, whatever, like, fabric-y one. Did they sell a full hard plastic version of this? Just, was that a thing? Because I would really, really love to find that, but I've not been able to find anything about that. The
says text editing as a concept CHER
yeah.
100 end of line.
Swarm, thank you for the 100 bits. No drat. No, okay. Because the the idea that there's a flat flex cable in there horrifies me to no end. So thinking of time in IT, I had the keypad be plastic, but the back be fuzzy. So I don't think so. Okay, man, I really this or Alcantara Premium. Okay, maybe it's the Alcantara one. I don't know, but I swear that I saw that there was an all plastic one, but maybe I'm making it up. Oh well. All right. Never had one break. I'm horrified by the concept. It just seems so wrong. So, all right. Like I said, I got one paragraph. I got to yak out. And then the other thing is we need to boot the mboot sys disk and then list it because I didn't do that yesterday. So that's the only other thing I got to do. So let me make sure video capture for the terminal is working correctly before I start recording. Because if it doesn't, it'll static on here and it'll just destroy the recording. So, in my forwards here, that's why flat flex cables exist. I mean, yes, but they're not good. So, on mine, the edge is getting bad from putting it in a bag. So, here's what I do. I am super duper it did it. It snowed. Okay. I'm super obsessive about this. I have a giant 1 square foot lens cloth that I put over the screen before I flip the keyboard shut on it. That way the spacebar can't rub and etch the screen with that. All right. Once that's on there, I slide the whole thing into a neoprene sleeve and then I put it in my bag. That way it is super duper protected. I don't even do that with my giant gaming laptop, which, you know, I should look into a neoprene sleeve for that. That would be actually really nice. I do this with it, though. Yeah, that's like ultra lens cloth, too. This is lens cloth plus plus. Look at the size of that thing. I'm overthinking it. Oh, I'm 100% overthinking it. But you know what I really hate? Seeing a space bar etched into the screen. Take the keyboard off, put it in a sleeve, yeah. Lens bed sheet, yeah. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. The really junky ones, the cardboard feeling ones for the Surface RTs, ugh. So, must have butchered my name. The Shelby part's correct. So, why are Git submodules so bad? Yeah, they're truly terrible, aren't they? All right. What are we doing? Oh, yeah, scripting. Oh, I'm fixing video capture. Okay, one moment. This is a very highly technical process of I unplug and replug the video connector until it syncs correctly. And there it did it. Wait, it lost it. Is that good? I think that's good. Okay. Lens cloth versus Pokerator is not going to go well for the lens cloth. I think the Pokerator could pokerate the lens cloth. Okay. Boop, back on over to here. Now, dude, it's so cool to see it set up like that. Oh my gosh. All right, really quick, let's just do the list of the mboot sys disk. Just get that over with so I can't forget it. I should also start recording. So nice that I can control this from computers. And go. Okay. Note to editing, Shelby. This is listing the disk on mboot sys. That way you can compare the speed after. All right. Beats Prize. Like paper beats rock. I don't think so. Any progress on converting 9-track programs? Yeah, that was what we spent like all day yesterday doing. It was just stupid. All right. Why did that print a character? That's horrifying. Didn't Usagi have some kind of issue with like a ground stuff with his hard drive? Because it put a character on the CRT, when I did, hold on, let's do this. When I turned on the floppy drive, right? Yeah, there, that's kind of terrifying. Talking to the future self is perfectly normal, yeah. All right, here's the computer. And run. Okay. It still feels ridiculous that, like, oh no, don't mind me, I'm just using the data general. Recording B-RAW? Yes, B-RAW on the cameras. ATEM is basically only used for its timecode syncing capability, and I do technically record my audio into it. It's a really weird thing I do not understand for the audio. So, but anyway, I won't. Oh, wow! For the first time ever, it just clicked. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But I record the audio with ATEM. That was real quick. It's DG who's working on the bench back in the rack, and now working for their HDD unplugged. Yes, the HDD is not connected in any way.
Nasriel subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 35 months. End of line.
Nasriel, thank you for the Tier 1 sub there, and for 35 months. I appreciate that. I guess 35 I can do correctly still. That's the last one I can. Okay. Most debated blanking plate ever. They were sold without a hard drive, where there would just be a blanking plate. It's kind of crazy. I could also just put the blanking plate there, but then I would have to move the hard drive there, and I'd rather not. All right, here we go. You guys ready for the thing? There we go. That's basically all I had to do, but you know what? I'm going to make my life a little bit easier. I'm going to go ahead and boot the other disk here in the same recording, and then list it with that. For those of you who may not have seen the sysgen setup process and understand what all that does, you're about to get a very, very good lesson in this. Because I'm about to show you how much faster the machine is when it's set up correctly. Is this supposed to be the rubbish storage system? Yes. Forgot, so the listing is on sysgen disk? Yeah, really. Etymology of hard disk, just contrast with floppy? Maybe. I forget. All right, ready for blistering speed? Oh, hold on. This is even at writing the cache files to the main drive. Gosh, it's so fast. That's just nuts. All right, I'm going to stop and restart recording, and then this is where I actually need to record a small scripted segment. So, there we go. I'm gonna do this. Hey, look, it's me, hi. Okay, I'm just gonna restart the recording now. Okay, and this is without overclock, yeah. Okay, just for a moment, I'm going to focus more on reading the script than chat stuff. Just bear with me while I work through this, and then we're basically free for the rest of the stream. All right. Okay. I'm just reading. Let me read through it because this is one of the. I don't have the teleprompter, so I can easily set up here. All right, so we now have a proper bootable operating system running. So now what? Well, this is the eternal problem of business system like this. You're expected to write your own software. There are a handful of things that are available, like BASIC, COBOL, Fortran, and it comes with an assembler and an assembler comes with RDOS. There is one thing I'd like to get running though, and that is CRT edit. Most of the text editors are made for a teletype, so they avoid full screen draws when possible. This would mean you have to mentally keep track of where in the document you are. CRT edit was included with interactive COBOL, and based on the manual, should be a screen editor. So let's try getting that running on here. If I ever try to write my own software, this will make it a lot easier. It is also on a mag tape, so I have to go back to SimH, extract the data to the hard drive, and then get the files for it onto a new disk image. A lot of that's going to be voiceover of stuff we're about to do, so this will be good. Okay. And then I can wing it from there. Okay, here we go. Okay, hold on. We now have a bootable operating system. So, what now? Well, this is the eternal problem with a business system like this. You're expected to write your own software. There isn't anything out there that's really that exciting that I can run to demonstrate this computer. Now, there are a handful of things to run on this, but they're all like programming languages like Fortran, COBOL, and the utilities disk that we wrote actually has an assembler for DOS on it. Now, there is one thing that I would like to get running on here, and it would make it easier if I ever tried to write. Now, there is one thing I would like to get on here, and it would make it a lot easier if I ever try to use any of those to write my own programs for this. And that is CRT edit. And that one I get a cutaway to the manual, so I'm gonna hide the fact that I flubbed that there slightly. Okay. Most of the text editors made for these machines are assuming that you're using something like a teletype, because you wouldn't want to do a full screen redraw every time you started updating the text. So they only draw one line at a time as you work on the machine. This meant that you had to keep the entire document in your memory as you were working on it, and that's a huge pain. CRT edit, you know what, hold on. I think I can just switch all to manual here. CRT edit was included with interactive COBOL, and based on the manual, should be a screen editor. So let's try getting that running on here. If I ever try to write my own software, this will make it a lot easier. I kind of already said that. It is also on a mag tape, so I have to go back to SimH, extract the data to a hard drive, and then I need to get the files for it onto a new floppy disk image. I can then write that to a floppy, and we can give it a shot on the real hardware. I haven't tried any of this with SimH before the recording though, so this is going to be a real stress test of my new ability to make disks and load software for this thing. So let's see how it goes. All right, boom, we're good, we're clear. I am gonna have to record, but no more script reading. Yay, exciting, no more scripts. Woo! Until the end, then I have to record an outro. That basically says, well, rip data general videos. You have different YouTube voices for A roll and B rolls, probably. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Cover of surface is still showing. Oh, well, I'll be cropping in, probably. Citation needed. Okay. Oh, I know how to play Doom. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen ever. Cut, save, next set. Yeah, really. All right. Also has another voice for chat, which most of the time if you what. I've talked about this before. Okay, YouTubers develop the voice. All right, because they want to sound like that or anything that way. It's because it makes it so much easier to edit. That's just straight up it. Once you start speaking with a known inflection and intonation, where you pronounce words the same way every time more consistently, makes it a lot easier to merge cuts together when you're doing stuff like that. So it's not even something that you really try to do. So that's why when I'm doing the stream here and I know I'm not going to edit it, it's a lot more casual. So, put the whole script in the deck talk. That it's like the, oh my gosh, have that say the lines using the bone conduction headphones. Dude, I would lose my mind if I was trying to do that. Same thing with recording audiobooks. A retake with the same intonation makes it much easier stitching together. Yeah. Oof, thanks for the explanation. I thought the voice is something like they use in Dune. Oh gosh. No, it's like Skyrim. Duh. Okay. It's the way of the voice. All right. Ah, there's another reason we can't use the deck talk. No, you can see the floor. The floor is clean-ish. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Hold on, let me slide on over to here and, I don't know, do a thing. I didn't force a sampling rate, so maybe I should do that. All right, we're done with this angle for a while, so I can now be a little more free to move the camera. Here, I want to show you something. You guys want to see me crash the stream PC? Check this out. All right, so I just set the sample rate to 48,000. Okay, so there's this thing that I think would be really, really cool to do, and that's to take the chat web page here, all right, and I want to put it in a web browser widget on the desktop, because this is KDE, and I can do cool things like that. So let me just do this really quick. Go into edit mode. All right, we're going to go to widgets. Okay, I'm going to search web, and I'm going to drag this on over to here, and blah. Somehow it stays alive during this. I found out while I was setting up stream. I haven't been able to do that. I would really, really like to do that. I did it on the workstation computer over there. So I now have that like permanently on the desktop, which is kind of nice. It'll suck a little bit when there's no chat server running. I'm gonna have this like white thing, but yeah, so that's annoying. Yeah, okay, so there's the whole data general right there. That's real, real cool. All right, we are currently not recording. You know what? I think I'm gonna use stream footage for setting up the CRT edit software, because I have a feeling it's gonna go stupidly, just like the other one did, so let's not mess with it. See, so the whole, wait a minute. No, I think I need to explain the thing. Okay. So there seems to be minor confusion here, okay? So this is the Micronova. That is an entire other computer. That is the Nova 4X. So the computer itself is right here. This is a fixed disk 25 megabyte hard drive. And then like the hard drive there is a second one of those down at the bottom of that rack. That is an entire separate computer that will need to be brought up at some point. Obviously not happening anytime soon, but that is what that is. So we have two data general computers here. It has always been a bit of a confusing component to this. I understand, because it seems like, you know, it's like a mainframe computer. It'd take up multiple racks, but many computers don't have to. Data General did sell these systems in a configuration where it would literally be multiple racks, though, so that was possible, but yeah, it's not. By the way, the tape, that's blue tape there, because I was using it as a ghetto lens hood. I can peel that off now. All right. Let's see. Oh, wow, we haven't had to ban a stupid bot in a while. Yep, whiteboard, right somewhere there, whiteboard. I am at 60 FPS. It looks like someone beat me to the bot. Thank you. Okay, reported the bot. Oh, I appreciate that. Okay. We get fiber. No, it's just Google decided to give me 100 megabits or 100 gigs of data out of the blue. So now I got to turn it up a little bit. Hold on, I'm fixing the small cam. There we go. Hello. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to blind you all. Oh, wait. No, that's the opposite. I'm going to go sit down at the other computer, which will then give me a chance to not blind you all. So that I will be a benevolent stream dictator. I was going to say stream tater, but that just makes me sound like Mr. Potato Head, but it's like, you know, with plastic purple snap-on hair. Okay. One moment. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, I gotta press a button. Yeah, let me fix that. Okay, hold. Did you set up on a backboard or something? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, do you mean the two racks? Are they sitting on something? I have a 3/4 inch thick piece of plywood underneath of the data generals, and then a thin carpet on top of that. That way they will roll smoothly, but they still have the carpet to like prevent them from just rolling away. Okay. Yeah, Swarm, thank you for the 100 bits. I think it should be good after I press 2 more buttons now. Okay. So now we CRT edit. Okay, so we got iCobol and some other stuff. So they're rolling across the office spine shelf. Yeah, don't want your mini computers wandering off, sort of thing that happens to Ben when Majenko runs around. Yeah. All right, so let's grab this. We'll set this up. We'll open this with Kate, actually. Set our mag tape for this. I got a spoiler. I know this edit program will work. I haven't tested it on the Micronova, but I know that it will work. I also know it's super weird. So it's going to be better, but it's not going to be good. Unfortunately. And yeah, Tater's Games, I did catch that, sorry. Let me really quick put this under dock. Just right. I'm getting a knock at the door. I will be right back. Alrighty. It's all good. Okay. There's construction going on, and it was a question related to that, so it's fine. What was I talking about here? Oh yeah, CRT edit. I was making that available so I can download it. Do we have any assemblers, compilers to write code for? Yes. The utilities disk has the assembler stuff on it. So if we go SimH and we look at the utility files, we can see that we have asm.sv. We actually have other editors as well. So, yeah. But we don't have, I mean, technically there's even basic that I think we can run on here. So there's a lot of stuff. So I heard you can hear the door knock. They might have knocked on the glass. I'm not sure. I don't know. Let's see. iCobol. Is that it? Oh, I need to set up a new hard disk. Hold on. So that's the DOS tape. Let me copy this. We'll make this iCobol. And then we will mount that. Okay. I am thrown off track here, sorry. We need a new blank floppy, and then I need to byte swap it. So floppy, blank, let's call this CRT edit. Okay. And then action simh byte swap. All right, I'm just gonna kill that, and then okay. Boom. At there. Okay. So we have the tape, we have a new blank hard drive, and we have a blank floppy. I think we're ready to go. So the Micronova SimH thing. Okay. Now init mt0 load n mt00. Beautiful. CRT edit is hiding in there, so we're good. So let's do dir dp1 list just to be sure. Perfect. Load a mt00 list, and then we'll do dot sv. Okay, here are our program files. Oh, it's got screens, so we can do terminal wrapping. That's perfect. Okay. And then CRT edit. That's exactly what we want. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm trying to figure out how we do this. So this is where this gets weird. Do I want to make that disk bootable? I'm trying to remember how this will work. Well, I don't want iCobol. iCobol is going to be different. Like literally no reason for me to put COBOL on here. Copy paste in the emulator? Yes, I can. So here's the problem, okay? Let's say we want a data disk. We need to boot the computer, and then we need to put in the CRT edit disk, but then we have both drives full. You would think, okay, let's just, pull the DOS disk out and put the CRT edit disk in, but we can't. Because the DOS disk always needs to be in there, which means I either have to have CRT edit on every single disk I want to write software for, or we need to make a bootable CRT edit disk. And I'm trying to decide if how I want to do this. We can just use the boot floppy that we made. I guess it would be this one. And then just copy the sysgen files and write the bootloader. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I could put CRT edit onto the DOS disk. Let's try this. So do this, and then let's attach DKP2 FLP this, and then we'll continue. Now we will dir DP2 list. Okay, disk. How much space do we have on here? 77. Okay. Oh, this is brutal. CRT edit, it's not that big. We can do that for now. And then we'll just make a data disk later, I guess. All right. Let's do this, I guess. That one if I want to go back. All right, dir dp1 list. Okay, that's the COBOL disk because it's really weird. I don't know what's going on with these like dollar signs in here and then the periods without actual stuff. This one makes me slightly nervous, but whatever. Okay, move. Was it? I think it's just move dp2 crt edit dot sv. Boom. Okay. You know what? Dir dp2. Let's just make sure. List. CRT edit is right there. Okay. For shall we start General Adventures with GoTech? Don't think that's gonna happen since GoTech won't plug in. Free space. Good call. 48. Ouch. Eesh. I mean, I think do we need boot SV? Let's think about what we could actually clean out from. Why do we have mboot sys? Wait, what? Oh, one moment. How about we use the disk that was actually sysgened so it doesn't run like garbage? Okay, GW read hard sectors drive B track 00.0.raw. Okay, tracks C equals no H equals 0. There we go. Need to label them? This one I will now label. I hadn't labeled those before because I actually have some that are properly labeled over here. So this is my real starter and my real utilities disk. So these will go over here. Now I can do a real label on that one for CRT edit. I also have a real 32 kiloword boot disk. So we're just going to rewrite this back to this one. So here's my real boot disk. That's single serial card though. So we'll have to fix that later once, you know, all the serial cards are actually working. Neo Dragon, you are correct. Barris properly sysgen disk and copy CRT edit to it. Yes. Is the issue of been using mboot so much you forget how much faster it is when configured? No, we weren't booted into mboot sys in SimH. We have never been. We cannot boot a Micronova sysgen in SimH currently, I think. So 0 ohms, that was the one you were talking about is the real boot disk. That's this one that has never been in the drive actually still. That one's weird. So I don't know. Okay, now GW, hold on. GW convert track 0.0 dash dash format data general to F to sysgen.img. What? It would help if I finished typing all of the letters. So the boot sector on that disk is also unique. It doesn't match any of the other ones, so we really can't use that with much else. All right, so now we're going to put sysgen in here. And take 2. Okay, so init, well, we don't need to init mt0, but I do need to init dp1, init dp2. What do you mean, format error? Grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay, there we go. Hello, I'm back. How's it going? Okay. You know what? I'm gonna restart the Stream API stuff, because whenever that happens, it acts like it's working and then it's not. Because that was the back end that died, I think. Well, I don't know why I'm reaching over there. I literally need to use the stuff that's over here. Very correct network bandwidth. All right, so we're probably going to get yelled at by the deck talk a whole bunch here. Sorry.
TikTok is now online. End of line.
Okay. I can't move my chat window over because, like I said, it's a KDE widget now, but it just says pull over F wins, which actually is really nice because I couldn't see poll results previously. All right, dir dp2 list. Boom, I didn't have to init it, weird. All right, so disk, how much free space do we have? 354, that's beautiful. Okay, we can easily fit CRT edit on there without having to worry. Okay. That's excellent. Yeah, that's pure as well. There's not better than that. So we're definitely going to be good using that. So go dir dp1, move dp2 crt edit.sv. Boom, dir dp2 list, it's there. Disk, it's taking 28 sectors. That's really, really good. That's awesome. Okay, I'm excited about that. F again? No! Never mind. Okay, good. Is that it? Do I just write it now? I think that's it. Sweet. Okay, so that's this. So now we re-byte swap this. I said we re-byte swap. Hold on. Mime type octet stream. Dude, what's with these weirdo mime types, man? Okay, hold on. I am so lazy, I'm gonna do this the correct way. And I know that doesn't make sense, but it'll make sense once you understand the level of lazy that I am doing here. I need this. Boom. Now I can right click this. Activities, SimH, byte swap, boom. And then Grease Weasel, right. Well, that sucks. It needs to be IMG because Grease Weasel's kind of weird. Grease Weasel, Data General, boom, writing. Okay, save that. Close that. While that's going on, git commit dash am add another mime type 4-byte swap. I could probably just add application asterisk and be good, but oh well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right. It's broken. Well, never mind. I'm not pushing that. Oh, it's activities, but that's not the one it's at. There is an activities one, huh? Broken. Does it need
TikTok is now online.
something to be there first?
Magic Contact says
That's so weird.
CHER 100. Magic Contact has finally reached his end of line.
But Jacob, Jacob, thank you for the 100 bits. I really, really need to get the username substitution in there working. I think that would be cool. All right, so we theoretically have a bootable CRT edit disk now. Okay. Bah. Let's label this and then see what it does. By the way, Pokerator being MVP tool of all time. I just used it to score the tape so I can tear it perfectly along a straight line here. Look at that. Best tool ever. Okay. Let's go see. Don't want to throw my phone around. I'm going to push this button. Okay, I'm going to grab all my other discs to have over there now as well. Actually, you know, it'd be kind of cool to have, like, everything over there now. Like, I think we're at the point now where it's time to maybe show some stuff. Pokerator isn't the most complete tool, since that's just... One moment. There we go. I just wanted some bookends. Make this all fancy pants like. You know what's really funny? I complained about a setup almost exactly like this in one of the Data General advertisements. Who would want to use a system like this? And I speculated the only reason they were doing that is because they were photographing it, and the only reason I'm doing it is because I'm videographing it. Mess on top of the 4X going to be in the video? I mean, it's been there for literally years. I'm not changing it for this. All right. I moved the towel onto the thing. I wanted the towel to not be on. Okay. Let me turn this on, make sure my video capture looks good, doesn't wig anything out. Okay. You set up kind of like this when I big Dell's CRT monitor on my desk. Never had to be one of the sides. Had to be over one of the sides, or else it would have folded. So it's more like this is me sitting ergonomically at this, okay? Or I could sit like this and actually see it. I'm saying the keyboard and the monitor aren't even close. I'm just doing this so that it's visible to the camera. And if I rotate it like any way, lights start reflecting off of the tube. So it has to be pointed in that direction. Got a phone miss. Big Chunk, how's it going? Oh, nothing. No worries. Oh, by the way, I have CRT edit on a bootable disk here. Let's just go ahead and boot that. You just increase computing power visible in the image by slapping the surface in on the table? Yeah. All right. Let me do this. Also do this. You can see blinking cursor. Perfect. Okay. Put record. All right. All right. I should have a bootable copy of CRT Edit on here. I made the disk bootable because if I booted off of the main disk, then I would have to put this in the secondary drive. And then if I wanted to have a data disk, I would be screwed because I can't actually take out the boot disk when we're working with the machine because it be able to write cache data for like everything there. So the CRT Edit program or any program that you actually want to run needs to be on a bootable disk. All right, that's in there. Pump that on. In. Turn it on, which is still hilarious. All right, 33L. Let's add alpha lock. Why does it not sound to boot? That's weird. I'm gonna get coffee while it does whatever it's doing. Did I byte swap it back? Yes. I shouldn't have touched the boot sector. Okay, so this is going to be booting the other sysgen disk. Okay, the hardware's good. DG died. Don't you dare. No. No. Okay, well, I gotta go fix a disk, apparently. Let me stop recording. Why did that not work? Alright, for giggles, we'll dir the other disk just to see. Maybe I did screw something up. That's not what I need. Backspace is a luxury here. Control H instead? Yeah. Okay. DP1. Spacebar. DP1. Well, it worked. You know what? Screw it. Let's just try and rewrite the bootloader to it. On computers where there is no backspace, you have to move left, then erase characters with spaces. Yeah, boot device specifier, DP1. Right, bootstrap, yes. Okay. DP1. No. Alright. I guess mboot sys and then I'll release. It's so annoying that you're always like one-way roaded into doing stuff on this. Like, there's no way... What? Wait, there's an actual sys on this disk? What did I put in there? That's not a starter? Uh-oh. I don't... Okay, I'm gonna be rewriting this floppy, I suspect. This one, not configured. I want to see what's on here now. You have gremlins on your PC? Good thing it's not a PC. Predates that by 6 years. Did I make this one, like, just for DOS in it, and this has CRT edit on it? What? Why did it boot that? Oh, confusing. Okay, well, it might be bootable. We'll find out. Okay, so I'm swapping the disks around. You know what? I think that the disk image that I...
CHER 100, welcome to Break the Streamer. Contestant today, the Micronova. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. The disk image base that I started with that I added CRT edit might not be the one that I hex edited the bootloader into, so this will probably work now. I'm just gonna lie for the video and cut to this point and pretend I didn't screw that up. Magic! Give me the prompt where I can list and see that I have CRT edit on there. Excellent. Which we can now run on the Micronova for the first time. Oh, yes! Okay, that's pretty sweet. This is fully the first time I've ever run this, so this is genuinely exciting. I'm gonna stop recording for a second and jiggle the composite capture cable because I don't think it's right. So let me mess with that for a moment. It seems really, really dark.
A swarm of dead insects says now this is pod editing CHER 100. End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the 100 bits there. All right, come on. That looks better. Let me gently set this on the ground. Dude, what is with this video connector? Come on. Just be normal. Okay, and then I set it on the ground. Okay, that'll work. No, it won't. It went dim again. All right, stepped on it, now it's bright. Can we deoxit chat? Trying to kill the encoder? That's what I was trying not to do. I don't want to kill the encoder on the recorder. All right. Now, I do technically have a manual for this, so give me a moment to find it. Actually, for giggles, let's see what we can do here. So, this is a typing test on the Data General Micro Nova. Why did carriage return not do anything? New line? No. Oh, does it just start at the bottom and then continue? That's really weird. Why is the cursor in the top and then not anywhere else? All right. Here, I have disabled the alpha. I can spell. Why does it have to redraw all of that? Alpha. Nope. Alpha lock key. So I can demonstrate lowercase characters. Oh, it doesn't word wrap. It says no thank you for word wrapping. Interesting, and now that top line has disappeared. Can I go up? No, the arrow keys do literally nothing. Okay, that's cool. How about HJKL? Control J just carriage returns, which kind of makes sense. Okay, well that's a thing. Can tell it's not going to be very advanced. Some kind of command mode. I think this is how it works. Unfortunately. No Mew characters, useless, yeah. Zigzag is like the typing cursor? Yes. It might be the tilde. Here. Yeah, it's the tilde character. Will it only let you enter Cobalt code? That would be horrible. Oh. Well, I'm bringing up the CRT edit PDF now. Okay. Data syntax checking? Yeah, that would be pretty surprising. Okay, this manual is written for the programmer who is engaged in creating and maintaining source programs for data general computer systems. The operation of CRT edit for a visual display program editor. The software is designed specifically for use with DJC system software and display terminals. Chapter 1 presents an overview of the editing process that describes some of the functions of CRT edit. The novice user should become familiar with this chapter before reading further or using the editor. Ooh, naughty boy. Okay, so 2, which describes the basic editor commands used in creating and maintaining programs, source files. Chapter 3 describes the advanced editor commands and command execution facilities in detail. Chapter 4 contains a brief summary of all editor commands and symbols. Okay. Premonition line editor just gives you a handy display of the lines that you're editing above the area. That's better than nothing. Alright, okay. Typographical conventions. The names of special keyboards are enclosed in angle brackets. For example, delete keys written like that. Control key on the Dasher D2 keyboard is the command key on the Dasher D3, 4, and 5 keyboards. In this manual, refer only to control. Combinations involving the control key are represented with angle brackets. Control-L stands for the character entered by holding control and typing the letter L. Function keys are denoted with the, for example, F8. Hey, I got F8. Massive audio dropouts. I don't know how. It's not just me. Is this like a bad angle for my receiver transmitter thing? Hold on, let me try this. Okay. Awful? Weird. What's that static? Is that like, who's that Pokemon? Okay. How about now? Is this better? Let's see. CRT edit echoes the escape key as an $_ This manual always uses escape to represent this character. Video is skipping too. Okay, so it's the encoder. Okay, gotcha. Let's see here. It was really staggy when you were leaning back. It's better now. Hold on. Is it audio or video? We had 2 comments about the video. Let me just hit this. Hello. Here's me. Is it a video problem or is it an audio problem? What's going on here? There's enough video to tell. Well, here's now more video for telling. Already to tell. Video okay, it's mostly audio. Did see you instantly set up in one frame. It's fine now, only noticed audio. Dude, I don't know how the audio was bad. That doesn't make sense. It's actually a clearer shot to the receiver than when I'm facing the other direction sitting over there. Audio is staticky, now it's good. I wonder... Weird. Okay, well, then I will hold off on the MPEG-TS switch. Then, okay, weird. Back to reading the words book. Okay, just here really quick. I can't show anything, unless we want to go read the manual on the other computer. You know, let's just do that real quick. That's probably the smarter play. One moment. Click, click. Okay. Alrighty. The words of the CRT editor. Okay. Alright, CRT edit echoes escape. Yeah, we got that. Okay, names enclosed and tildes denote variables. For instance, string and file name, any place or numeric argument, numeric argument expression may be denoted by arg. Okay. CRT editor is a display terminal orientated version of Data General's text editor program. CRT edit runs under control of the operating system and is executed through a CLI command. During an editing session, a single source, I'm going to assume file, may be edited in one or more passes, or several files may be edited once. That's weird. The source program files created by CRT edit may be input into the interactive COBOL compiler. CRT edit is capable of all the basic editing functions: delete, insert, display, and search. It may also has many sophisticated functions for the more advanced user. There are facilities for cut and paste, documentation and text justification, line width may be set, and running text justification on paragraph basis. Oh, so we just need to do that, and then word wrapping will probably work. Xing editor command files often used with command sequences stored in text files, execute single command, search and replace, conditional execution of commands. That's weird. CRT edit enables programmers to create or modify source programs rapidly and efficiently with a minimum number of keying errors and resulting source files. Reason for this is the visual feedback supplied by CRT edit. When a command is executed, the screen is redrawn to show exactly what is contained in the portion of the file being edited. This feature allows the programmer to see what lines of program code look like as they appear in the file. It also enables the user to backtrack and correct any mistakes before the file is written. This means fewer compiler runs, as most typographical and other types of errors can be eliminated before an attempt is made to compile a source file. That all sounds right. CRT edit has a feature which lets the user edit the command string being entered. This is, you know, I wonder if I wasn't supposed to type straight up text into those spaces. Maybe I was supposed to put like input or a command that like jumps me to the like editing area. Okay, CRT edit as a feature lets user edit the command string being entered. This is most helpful in correcting errors due to mistyped commands. It provides the additional benefit of being able to modify commands as necessary. Aligned with the paragraph justifications, providing capability to create documentation such as this manual. Ah, okay, so if you can make this manual, then we could definitely make like a weird text file, okay? Because that's literally what this is. Running text can be entered in the same way as a working program and then justified on a full word basis. Words are not broken at the end of a line to fit a specialized line length. Okay. Command file execution features mostly powerful development tool, can be used to invoke often use short sequences of commands. Those used to enter basic COBOL program identification division, thus saving time and keystrokes. This feature allows the programmer to develop complex sequences of search and replace and or insert and delete commands, as well as other editing functions while eliminating the need to rekey complicated commands. CRT, I'm reading this out loud because if I don't, I will get distracted since I'm streaming. And then I will not absorb this stuff, so that's why I'm reading out broad. It just kind of helps that it also makes this feel more inclusive. CRT edit accepts numeric arguments for commands in the form of numbers or arithmetic expressions, which are evaluated by the editor. There are special argument characters to which return specific values of logical operators, which can be used to form simple or complex expressions. Okay, but like, how do I just edit? Okay, starting and ending a CRT edit session. That sounds like exactly what I want. CRT edit runs at the system's master terminal or concurrent operation console. What is that? Entering CRT edit carriage return at the CLI's R prompt starts the editor. An editing session is ended and control returns the CLI with CRT edit's H command. All right, let's just go try that really quick. So if I just type H, enter, alpha lock, H, enter, H, new line. Okay, so that's probably not the command input area. More reading. See chapter 2. I like how it says, here's how you end it, except here's that you end it by reading this chapter. Okay. File representation. CRT edit is character-oriented and string-oriented editor. A string is any sequence of thingamabob. I would like to figure out how to exit here. Hold on. I want to skip ahead to exit, because then I'm going to go be bad and try and do something that I shouldn't do. Blah, 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 blah. Give me chapter 2. Give me chapter 2. I want chapter 2. Give me chapter 2. I want chapter 2. Chapter 2. Control F. Control F. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Wow, it seems like all the fun stuff happens in chapter 2. Is chapter 2 in this though? Because it doesn't seem like it so far. Hold on, okay. Chapter 1 is page 11. We have 40 some pages. Okay, it looks like 11. Okay, command editor format. That's page 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Chapter 2. Okay, exit. Just tell me how I exit. CRT editor supports a large number of commands, but only a few of these are necessary basic editing operations. Less frequently used commands are included for the convenience of the experienced user. To support advanced editing requirements, advanced commands are described in chapter 3. Dude, can a single chapter start without saying, okay, here's all the stuff we're gonna cover, except for the stuff that we cover in the next chapter? Pressing F11 key. The abbreviated command summary on the screen. Normal display is restored by pressing carriage return. Dude, none of the keys are labeled. I don't know what F11 is. All of the function keys are blank. Fine, this is what I wanted to do. I want to open the sysgen SG file, because that'll have a bunch of text in it. So I was going to go do this after I figured out how to close. Okay, exit. Before ending a CRT edit session, make sure that no input or output files are open. These may be closed with the GX command. See file and input output commands before. Okay. Then issue the following H. But like how? How do I issue a command? Were they blank? No, they're always blank. Probably the 11th one. I don't think there are 11. Okay, but like, how do I enter a command window? Okay. 4 lines at the bottom of the screen display CRT edit commands as they are typed. This display scrolls up and down as lines are entered or deleted. From CRT displays a tilde at the end of the command so that trailing space or tab characters may be detected. During execution of the command, this CRT edit displays blinking octothorpe to indicate that it's busy. When CRT edit starts a new command cycle, the previously entered command string, if any, is redisplayed in the command window. If escape is pressed, this command is re-executed. Wait, what? We press escape? Command window always... Dude, this thing is so weird! I'm gonna go press escape and see what happens. I hope it just yells at me a bunch for like improper syntax or something. Escape. Okay. We got a underscore. Whoa. Oh, it just cranked What? Okay, now I like it. Press the arrow or new line to resume editing. Dude, what? But like, how do I clear it all? Hold on. Erase. End of line. Erase. Page. Okay. Escape. Okay, but like, erase. Erase. Delete. Okay. Okay. H. Escape. Aha! I got out! Okay. Here we go. So, list. And then it'll be CRT edit sys.sg, I think. That's what I want. Yeah. So, CRT edit sys.sg.
Format that is X as first rule of editing, not simply exiting the editor CHER.
Yeah, really. This bit gives Vim a run for its money. Oh, that's awesome! That's perfect! I can go up and down through it too! Okay. This is actually pretty awesome. Like, it's the most bare bones basic thing you would think you would ever need for a computer, but like, to like know I actually have it, that's pretty darn good. It's definitely not a guaranteed kind of thing that you would have on a data general, so that's really nice to see. Bare bones, but most advanced of the options, yeah. So this file that I opened is a record of my answers for generating the system that runs on the machine. So I can go through this to see what all was used to configure this machine. So that's a handy use case for this. You could also just print this to the screen, but this would, in theory, allow me to edit this file too. The editing is a little odd though, because everything you type ends up getting put down here. This is the editing area. And you have to press escape to execute that. Illegal syntax. Yeah, it's, I'm gonna have to learn a lot more about how to use this software before it's actually usable, but I think I can actually use it, so that's pretty sweet. All right, that's, I think that'll be good enough for the video. I don't need any more. But the 4 dashes to the full width line of them somehow gain a tiny bit of performance. Probably. Okay, hold on. Catching up on chat. We don't know if it's bare bones till we get to chapter 3. Yeah. Guess it's also the first time we're seeing proper text pager there. Yes, 100%. This is the most we've ever seen this computer do by far. Make user experience more enjoyable as I drink games around it. Oh gosh. Never been this excited about an Edlin program before. Well, this is better than Edlin, for sure, because we don't get to actually see the stuff in Edlin. Insert append text command in that tilde window, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be something like that. It's worth it being quirky and weird, though, to have it actually display the stuff on the screen. All right, am I streaming in 60p again? I am. This is not Edlin, this is Edcase. Can you dump this file back to sysgen to automate it? No. At least I don't think so. It would be cool if you could just provide it the SG file, but that'd also be a little weird, so I don't think so. It stands for 60 progressive, which would mean 60 frames per second in as opposed to 60 degrees or 60 frames per second interlaced. P is just fancy video nerd talk for frames per second. Video streams intermittently choppy. Oh wait, can you, Ben? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can provide it back then. I don't know. Okay. I have a question for you all now. A fork in the road for what we do for the rest of the stream. If you take the red pill, we'll continue working with CRT Edit and learn more about how to use it so the computer can actually do things. If you take the blue pill, you'll learn about this keyboard that is extremely broken that I need to fix. What do you want? CRT Edit or keyboard? Type your answers in chow. I guess I shouldn't have done red pill, blue pill. I should stop stepping on that. Blue wins. All right. Well, at least I called the keyboard blue, so that'll be... Okay. Well, before we do that, let me close out the video recording, and then we'll move on to post-video projects. Now, you can't CRT edit in my video. I am satisfied with what I have done. I gotta be honest, I'm showing the full sysgen process, Ben. It's gonna be a long, nerdy video as is. Being able to even show a text file like that on the data general is a massive win. Taxation without representation on YouTube. So, Brian, the polling system doesn't use Twitch. All you have to do is just type in chat. And it does work with YouTube. It is specifically designed to also work with YouTube. So you could have done an entry into the poll with, I guess, blue or red using that. That should have counted. T-shirt was an intentional hint today. Honestly, no. The t-shirt I started wearing 3 days ago, 4 days ago now when I started recording this video, and I just haven't been able to change it because I didn't want the continuity error. Well, that's all right, Ben, or Brian, my apologies there. Very weird, complicated, and extremely proprietary stream setup to make all this work. Basically, all of the overlays and everything you see are things I made to make the software work. I wrote all the software that runs everything for like OBS and the ATEM. So, that's a bit ew. Yes. It is. If it makes you feel any better, there's an undershirt. So this isn't actually doing anything, and I can change the undershirt. That part's fine. But then the outer shirt needs to be worn multiple times. All right, I'm going to turn off the computer here because we're going to be very, very, very distracted. Or I'm trying to exit Vim over here. It's not going well. Wait a minute. Is that No. Hold on. Illegal, press CR to resume. Okay. H. Escape. Input or output file active. I don't know how to unactive a file. Oh wait, yeah I do. Night night. There we go. File unactivated. If it makes a power button, yes. Cool to have your Twitch stream plays videos from your YouTube channel TV on off days. I don't think so. I don't want when I go live to sometimes be a dice roll of whether or not it's going to be new content or reruns. So I'd rather not. Okay. That disk will never boot again? Maybe. Worst case, I just rewrite it. It's like the A parameters used to tell sysgen previous file name is the answer. Okay. So that's what the knock on the door is. We have reports that smell like someone has died 3 weeks ago. Or just keep getting swallowed in the middle. Okay. It's apparently really bad with the audio. I don't know what the deal is. Okay. I'm going to talk for a lot right here while I'm in my more normal space where I start talking to the camera. And I want you to tell me if I'm getting audio breaks here. Okay. If I'm getting no audio breaks here, then I don't want to worry about it because this is the more normal place for me to do that. And maybe it was just because I was pointing away from it over there. I do need people to actually tell me whether or not there are audio breaks happening right now while I am talking rapidly. Now, if there are audio breaks, then I need to know if I need to change the streaming setup here because we're using H.265, which also I believe uses libopus or something. Get a lot of breaks removing, video freeze as well. Okay, we're just going to switch to MPEG-TS. Audio is super fast, but good. I'm talking a lot, so it's bitrate issue. Sony, I'm starting to wonder if maybe you should restart or switch to 480p or something. I don't know. That's my best guess. Because so far it seems like you might be having the most issues. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But that's my current speculation. Okay. Let's talk about the blue option. This is a Data General Dasher D1 keyboard. This is not the 6053 keyboard that I have been using. One moment, that really does not want to unplug. Holy moly, let go. There are two of them. All right. So we have two Dasher keyboards here now. So, you get audio glitches as well. Okay. It's clean here, 0 issues. This is weird. I don't know. It has less keys. It's getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Now that's a reference I can get behind. Okay. I just teleported. I assume it was probably doing stream in a week or two. Serve me till now it's doing the video. Okay, switching to MPEG-TS. One moment. Alrighty, let's go to the soon screen and I will be right back. And I'm back. This is now MPEG-TS, which seems to be the more reliable codec. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Stutter here, lag. All right. So now if you put them together in the cupboard for a while, would you expect more? Yeah. So I think is really looking forward to building fake keyboard streams. Oh no, I still want to do that. Don't worry. I really want to do that. And we may have to do that still. So, That was far fast? You mean the correction was fast? I've been working on trying to optimize some of that kind of stuff. Okay. So this keyboard, I have two people to thank for. I have Bill Sudbrink and Commodore Z. Both of them are responsible for me getting this keyboard. Let me fix that secondary view really quick here. How are you going to press F11 on that? Yeah, that's again why I'm wondering what on earth. It may not be possible, honestly. The answer may just be I can't. Keyboard goes so hard. Yeah, it's pretty jamming. On that, let's just count these. Okay, so this is this is where the Data General keyboard lore has to be talked about. So we have two keyboards here, okay? So this is the enhanced keyboard that would have been used with the non-extended keyboard. So this is the enhanced keyboard that would be used with the 6053. This, I believe, is equivalent to the non-enhanced keyboard that would have been used with the 6052, although I don't quite understand why it has shift keys unless it's just for the special characters. This may only be capable of sending uppercase characters. I'm not sure. But it's still better than none keyboards. So again, we're probably still making a USB adapter, but this is still a way better option. Started watching stuff this past week. Wonder how many people are watching because as Dashers versus checking out the Dashers because it's a show. So Matrox, someone just bought a similar no keyboard display only Dasher terminal on eBay that was broken with a vertical collapse, and they spent $1,200 on it. There is a lot of severance fanaticism going on with the real hardware. So anyway, so this keyboard, it's going to be different. And that's, you know, it should work, I believe. But we're going to have to do a lot more work on it. But I believe it will be compatible with that terminal. So this would have been sold with the Dasher D1. It's not actually meant to be used with the 6053s that I have, but I'm pretty sure it'll be compatible just because of the weird parallel 7-bit interface that Ben was looking into. So we do have to get that working. Now, hold on real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so there are exactly 11 function keys on here. Geez. And they're not on here. Okay, let's talk about how this keyboard is screwed. So, we're clearly missing two keys, but that's not even the beginning of what's going on with this keyboard as I've looked into it more. So first off, on the missing keys, unfortunately they are two different color keys that are missing. Although, it looks like it was broken recently, and, I guess they really were just teal, not like off yellow, blue. Good to know. Yeah, I think they are ASCII keyboards, Helen Croft. You ever finish explaining how I got it? I did, yes. I was given this by Commodore Z, who got it with a Dasher D200 terminal. He bought that from Bill Sudbrink, and he bought the D200, which is complete, and just got this keyboard with it. He posted that he got this keyboard, and I let him know, like, hey, I got another 6053 that is keyboardless. If you ever don't have a use for that or don't want it anymore, let me know. I'm very interested in it. And then Commodore Z just offered to send it to me so that we can complete this thing. So that's what we're doing. We are going to rebuild this keyboard so we can complete that Dasher. So, yeah, did the same thing with the Loki TV series, started series, because you heard it in 3As. So yeah, that's how I ended up with this. Now, we're missing keys. Okay, let me cover what we're going to do about that. This is a polishing and buffing kit. I am going to attempt to color match with 3D printer filament as close as I can get, and then maybe a paint and clear epoxy coat. I'm not sure, but I want to try and polish a 3D print to be smooth like a key. Now, thankfully, this key is unlabeled, so that part is easy. This one is going to be the numpad 0 key, which is not going to be easy, as you can see here. That's a much bigger one. It has a double shot legend. We're going to have to figure that out. What I might do is print it with a cavity and then fill it with like nail polish or something. And then clear epoxy coat the top so it's less likely to wear through. I have colored IBM industrial keys that were sold by IBM, but because the plastic was the wrong kind, they literally wore through the stem and broke from physical contact with human skin. So I'm afraid that 3D printed materials could be like that. So we're going to try and coat these with something harder on the shoal scale than, you know, fingers to maybe hopefully prevent that. So we're going to print a key, polish it, try and make it smooth, and epoxy coat it. So what about second keyboard? This is the second keyboard. I'm not sure what you're asking. So first we replicating and fixing the last two keys. Frankly, we have way bigger issues than the two missing keys that we have to tackle. So we're not even getting close. The next big issue, every single one of these unlabeled keys is missing the spring. Those aren't just like compressed down. The spring is just gone. So we have to find new springs. Now, I don't know if I can just pop these keys out, but I know I can pop this one out because it's broken. So this is what the mounting tab sort of looks like. And these are the springs that we need to get. Now, I don't know if I'm going to try and match these springs or if I'm just going to try and find springs that are close and then replace all of them. I haven't decided yet. Not ripping up all of the keys sounds like a good idea because then I will risk breaking them as little as possible. The spring was purple coated. I don't know. So we need springs. Okay. It gets worse. Since this is a dasher keyboard, it's foam and foil. So we have to replace the foam and foil pads. But now we need to take 5 minutes while we get into it before I can continue on to what the next problem is with that. Scavenging another keyboard for springs should be easy enough. I don't think so, because these are foam and foil keys, and the only other keyboards that I have are foam and foil are all also pretty rare. I mean, none of them are like Data General Dasher keyboard rare and desirable, but I still wouldn't do it. Keytronic made? I don't know. We'll find out in a moment once we crack this thing open. All right. Let's flip it over. I'll say this. I plugged this in to that terminal. It did nothing. I think there are two reasons why. No way just to sell the parts. To sell these parts instead of making this keyboard? I'm not sure what you're asking. The whole point is to rebuild the original keyboard. My goal here is to save this keyboard. It is really far gone, but I want to bring it back. All right, let's start taking this thing apart. Need to buy a bunch of spring steel wire, figure out how to make. No, I'd probably just find springs. I don't think that's going to be a problem. The Master Car will definitely have springs. Are you tempted to say foam and foil, design new PCB, MX footprints? No, because I can just wait and have a solution similar to that. Just make a new keyboard, reuse the housing and caps. No. Definitely not reuse the caps. If I was doing a cherry style mount set, I would just buy the drop Mt3 Dasher kit. It would just make more sense. Okay. Now we have still a bunch more screws to remove. Spare compact portable keyboard. Gives keyboard error even when down to PCB, no caps, center for parts. Springs? I don't know if they're the same springs. That is close. That might be. Could you lift a key or look under a key and see if they're purple? Because you might be onto something there. That maybe. Gotta run? All right, see you, Philip. It's still insane how heavy this thing is. That it's seriously solid steel. Look how thick that steel is. That is nuts. Just why? Why is it so thick? Like, yeah, I think it might be 1/8 inch steel. Resilient to gamer rage. Yeah, the kind of disappointing and funny thing is, though, it still got bent somehow. Even though that is like 16th gauge steel. It's just, yeah. There are silver. It's been a bit. Can take it apart down to just main PCB. There's issues with the circuit board itself. All right. It might be safer for the components if you can mail the whole thing. If you can get in touch with me over Discord or email, and we can talk about it more. All right, I got a bajillion screws I got to remove here, so give me a moment, including this one. I don't want to forget this one. Need to recreate that PCB with hot swap MX footprints? No. Can't exit CRT rage. No Cali box navies. Nope. Why would springs be missing for just those keys? Because they probably popped off, or this was used as a donor to fix other keyboards. Here's why just 2 keys in random spots are broken. Well, the keys are missing, but again, they could have been pulled for spares. I don't know. Two more! Yay! And then I can continue the story, though. One was broken. Well, the numpad dot key is broken. Yes. I don't know quite how I'm going to fix that one. That'll be interesting. All right. So, here we are. Can anyone tell me what's wrong? Here. Is there a Discord link? Do exclamation point Discord in chat, and you'll get the link. One person, so I think two people here got it. I have never seen this before. This is a foam and foil key. The foil is all gone, except for this one pad that has a tiny sliver of it. That's it. That's all of the foil that's left. The entire keyboard's foil is gone. I don't know how, but I do have, I'll show you this too, okay? I still have the other Dasher's pads because I'm totally not a hoarder. So these are the pads from the other Dasher. That's what they should look like, okay? There should just straight up be a metal foil on one side, okay? I mean, the foam is gone, yeah, but like I would expect being able to press the keys to at least do something, but it doesn't. Never seen that before? Yeah, it's pretty weird, isn't it? Yeah, the foam being gone, that's expected. The foil being gone, now, you know, the foam is gone because it's decayed. The foil is gone because mystery here. So these are and pads now. Could every bit of it be gone unless it was purposefully taken? Well, I might have an answer. Here's the PCB. I'm nervous about the PCB. So it's possible all of the foil corroded away. So, yeah. Just things a basket case? Yeah. I think we're seriously looking at a recreation here. All right. For everyone who is telling me to recreate the PCB and, you know, make it Cherry Max and stuff, let me say two things, okay? One, here are USB-A connectors. Here are RPi Picos. And here are brand new Dasher keyboard connectors. That is everything I need to make a USB to Dasher adapter, okay? Done. Now, let me show you something else. Just as, you know, completely out of the blue.
Is the second one up? End of line.
There's a really cool thing that's coming that I'm excited about for no particular reason. Huh. That's an interesting thing that's gonna happen. Hmm. So those are two things. So, here's the deal. I'm making my USB to Dasher adapter. That's happening, but we're also fixing this keyboard. Doesn't even have a numpad? It will. It will have a numpad as an option. That'll be configurable. I've already talked with them. Work with them to have the Pico integrated? I don't think they care about that. So you're now as caught up as I am on this keyboard, okay? This is as far as I've got. Keep it stock, use it with the other Dashers. Both Novas have their own dedicated terminals. Yes. My goal is for both Novas to have a dedicated terminal, which just kind of makes that serial switcher thing I got not as necessary, but it's also still really cool, and I don't mind it. Still fix it anyway? Yes. I want to fix it no matter what. So we're going to. Because that's what I want to do. I want to restore this thing. Just plug it in now and short some pads, see if it works. Ah, yes, but corroded traces, you remember. Yeah, so the green corrosion is pretty minimal. So that's what I want to look at right now. I want to look at figuring out the corrosion, and then wapow, we can do that, but we'll just test one first. I think by the end of the day today, we can get to the point where the springs and missing keys are the only problems. And it might be usable. So let's get to work. We're going to explore the PCB as much as we can. I have CLR, so I can neutralize the corrosion. And we're going to see what we can do here. Let me get the lid so I don't get CLR all over the workbench. Oxide rust remover, make quick work of that? Yeah. You can at least test PCB, plug it in, simulating key presses or something. Yes, but I don't want the corrosion. I shouldn't have let that bounce. It just sent keypad bits and foam and just everywhere. I regret that. Oh, it's so bad. Make sure to reflow the entire board. Dude, it's actually getting kind of annoying how many people are just saying I should have reflowed everything in the floppy drive. Just because it's old. It's like, you know that there's so much circuit board in there, right? That's not practical. This one, though, I mean, there's not really that much. I can look over the pads on this. That'll be fine. Trying to figure out where I put my silicone pad that I use for this stuff. Also, Monday, I will get the parts in for me to make the rest of the serial cable that plugs into the back of the second Dasher. So next weekend, we'll be able to make that work. I have no idea where the silicone pad went, so I'm just going to use this pink foam. Okay. You get me a solder tank? I don't think dunking boards with parts on them is a great idea. Going to be a good day. Found a way to help fellow rich enthusiasts. Wife just found my name. Cool. Utronic in Spokane, High Tech in Garden Grove, Lexmark in Lexington. Whoa, what just fell off of there? Oh, that. Okay, this is super annoying. This is a friction knob, okay? It goes into the ball head that I use. I think I might be able to get away without this here. Is it the same as this, though? Nope, that's completely different. These little knobs really like to fall out of the ball head. I lost one on the second one of these that I have on my monopod that I use when I do photography walks. So I lost that, and it's like a $40 ball head to just get a knob back. I'm really annoyed. You're a friction knob, oh my gosh. Okay. Let me grab a flashlight and a magnifier, and then we can start looking this over. Hold a friction knob doesn't even have no friction to stay in. Well, it applies friction like pokey, not rotatey. So, where'd the magnifier go? There it is. Yoink. Okay. Ooh. Pokey friction should keep the rotating bit from rotating. No, because you have to set the friction just right for this. So, like, I'll back it out, and then that'll be looser, and then it should always be slightly loose. Okay. Crop sensor zooming. I'm a cheater. Okay. Whoa. It also doesn't help that this camera is way too heavy for everything here. Now this is a science fiction channel. Okay, so we're looking for corrosion on the traces. That's the goal here. We can help identify this with the CLR. So if I spray the CLR on here, we'll see bubbles form around where the corrosion is because this neutralizes it. So we could try and do that. It doesn't help when the bubbles just form because it like is, you know, being sprayed, but whatever. I probably don't want to put a whole ton of CLR everywhere because it is kind of annoying to clean. But that was definitely a corrosion area. So we want to get that. I might want to lift that resistor and look under there. But we'll see. I also think, you know what may not be a bad idea? I'm just going to pull the UART. What do you mean F? We're back? Okay, then I'm going to pretend nothing happened. La 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 la. All right, just install an overhead crane in the office of the camera. All right, is this the same PCB in the other keyboard without the keys? Actually, no, because you can see there are no spots over above the numpad for the other three keys, weirdly. Apply with the brush, prevent it from foaming the spray. I could, yes. All right, I'm going to remove the UART so I don't have to be as concerned about it with the with possible static discharge. So I'm going to go set this aside. I'm going to really quick take a photo of the orientation because I'm realizing right now that it is the opposite of every single other chip in there and that is super duper weird. Okay. So my traces just abruptly end because they go through vias to the other side. This is not a single-sided board. Of that General Instruments logo, it is a pretty good logo. All right, I'm putting this on the workbench in front of my Surface. Also, stash an entire cat under the UART. Is there a copper square next to pin 1? Kind of, but I would have to remember that that's there and pay attention to it.
Because we hate you, that's why. CHEER 100. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. This cutout looks like a notch. Yeah. Again, though, just having the photographic reference of this is exactly how it was before I removed it is preferable. All right, you know what? I'm going to get a toothbrush. Get up in there. All right, there's the other chip puller. Let's get another both there. That's a simple green. Okay. So the CLR will act as a neutralizer for the corrosion. So if it's not too bad, then we might be okay here. Just trying to look around at other traces, see what I'm up against. Okay, well that one definitely just ends. You know, I wonder if those could be carryovers from other board revisions. Now that you mention it, yeah, because that one 100% just ends. Same there. Okay. Nah, yeah, those are weird. Okay, disregard. You were correct. Those are weird. All right, any other traces? That one looks a little rusty. What is CLR? Is that diluted CLR? No, this is straight from the jug. Sure, they're not just stub antenna for Russian bugs. Yeah, I am cleaning with CLR. I think that's okay there. Yeah. This gap look way too straight to be corroded though. What? These? That's not a corroded, like, broken trace. I don't think there are traces missing like that. That's not, like, that's not a missing trace. Also good for PCB corrosion. It's like lime away. It's good for lime scale buildup on pass-through surfaces. Also good for PCB corrosion, turns out. Yeah, I almost exclusively use CLR for cleaning corrosion off stuff. Like battery terminals, it's really, really good for that. They connected together and to ground. What are you talking about? The cut traces? I doubt it. Guard traces to block interference? I really feel like that would be surprising. You know, as sarcastic as Hollyhop's answer is, I think that's correct. Keep in mind, I think there are 7 versions of this keyboard. And 5 of them came out during the revision lifecycle of this particular one because it is a D1. That's some corrosion right there. That's some pretty bad corrosion too, actually. What are the white dots on not all but some of the switch pads? White dots? I don't know. You just mean the vias? I think it's just like flux, like fumes from the soldering. Okay, I think I'm going to call that. I'm going to try and clean this off now, which is not going to be easy. CLR kind of sucks to clean up. Because some don't have them? I don't know. Oh yeah, I didn't dilute the backside. You know what? There is some corrosion here. Unfortunately, this actually has a solder mask, though, so that's going to be a little bit more difficult to work on. Maybe it's not corrosion. Maybe it's just really thin amounts of solder that got onto the solder mask and it's just crinkly. I'm not sure. Where'd that resistor be? Right there. Ooh, that's pretty rough. All the area around the resistor looks fine, so I'm going to guess it's not corroded. Dude, I hate the person who soldered this one chip on. They just folded over 2 legs. That's it, just 2. And to the outside, like an animal. So I find those silver axial capacitors are pretty reliable. I've already found a bad one on one of the data general boards. All right, here's what I'm going to do. In a rare twist, I kind of want to go rinse this off because I think this is going to suck to try and clean without doing that. Maybe I can do it without it. Let's find out. Where's that air compressor lever? There it is. So every one of those self-contained wash stations, I don't want to have this conversation again. So I'm just going to say yes, I have. Every single time I do cleaning, that comes up. Okay. Hopefully Simple Green and CLR don't have any bad mixes, because I'm hoping that Simple Green's emulsifying properties like picks up whatever's left over from the what you call it. Just want to make sure it fully picks up all the residue. Oh, that smells weird. Okay. It's not quite the same, but this is just water. I will never retrobrite anything. Retrobriting damages plastic. Guessing you aren't running this board today now it's all wet? That's not necessarily true. Hold on, let me pull this back. So I don't splash the camera. See the spray isopropanol? Isopropanol can act as a water displacer. I just need the water to displace all of the cleaning product. Okay. Board is now bone dry. Yeah, there is that too. All right. Come on. There we go. And All right. I believe that will be good. Now, we still have soldering to do, so we're nowhere near done, because now that we have cleaned the corrosion, you can see all of the pads on there that have turned black, because that's where the corrosion was. Chem lab, we clean glassware with acetone because it's volatile, which means it just turns into gas quickly. So that's kind of the theory of what I'm doing there with the isopropanol, is that it will displace the water, and then the isopropanol will evaporate, so it ends up being not wet afterwards. The back is still a little wet, but I can just... and problem solved. Okay. Now I need to make this go away. That's a different problem. It's really not that much fluid too, so that's kind of nice. Okay, how do I want to make this go away? It's enough that I can't just, like, put it into the trash can. Or, like, try to sop it up with paper towels. And it's a weird mix of goo. It's removed a lot of materials, though. Take it outside? Yeah, I'm trying to think about the least weird way of doing that. Since the angles, this has angles on it, I should be able to pour this. I'm just trying to think about, like, what container I could use. So I think I can bend the corners, make it work. Give me a second here. Oh, there is that. That's probably, like, the sensible way to do it. Oh, there's better. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, can anyone guess what container I'm going to use? It's possible to guess. Can you do it? Can you figure it out? Evaporated away with a heat gun. I don't really want that in the air. That's not mostly water. Pringles can? That's not a bad guess. It's not that. It's more on topic. Oil drum. Do have one of those. Keyboard case, ESD bag. ESD bag would almost never dry. All right, here we go. CD spindle cover. Here we go. I want an anti-spill surface for my anti-spill surface. There we go. Now the rest will air dry. And that I can just leave by the door, and when I go to use the restroom later, I'll just dump it out. All right. Drink it. Yeah, okay. Pretty perfect container. This is so jank. All right. So we have the PCB cleaned for the keyboard. Now we got to work on fixing the pads. I'm going to use a different piece of bubble wrap. That one's slightly damp now. Dude, if only I could find my silicone pad. Where'd that thing go? Hey, I found it! Score! Okay. Boom. Will give you superpower. I'm going to go ahead and say no. All right, so what I'm going to do first is take the flashlight out of my pocket. I'm I'm gonna grab a multimeter, do some continuity tests, and try and reflow some stuff, see what condition we're currently in. So we have neutralized all of the corrosion. So now we just need to make sure that what is still there is in acceptable condition. Need some super cleaning thing to clean VCR drum after bad tapes. Ooh, that sounds difficult. What brand ceramic chip is it special? Ceramic chip? This? Well, that's a kind of cool name. There you go. Fixing the keyboard. Ah, see, old school gamer, but it's not the keyboard. DRM chip? You know, I don't know what it is, actually, now that you mention it. And that was fun to get that close up thing. It's not the keyboard, it's a keyboard, because there's no longer just one here. This one's in pretty rough shape, though, so we're going to be at it for a little bit. All right. So I spent 35 minutes on the cleaning. Anyway, I got a fun thing. So, pretty sure I basically, that I probably complained to you guys about how insanely difficult it is to find any information about, what on earth is going on here? About software for the HP Series 200, right? I think I've talked about that, and then I have a quest for trying to find PCB editing software for it. Really, any CAD software. Just it would be nice to not have to use my own drawing software. It's kind of a nightmare. Well, this mythical thing showed up on eBay today. HP Technical Software Catalog. And there's one for the Series 82, but you know, yawn, who cares? 1987 supports basic Series 200, and this lists software, including things like, what's that? Oh, that's just a HP Series 200 running a silicon design program. Like, what? So, yeah, I now have a manual coming that talks about a bunch of programs made for these computers. It doesn't contain the software, to be clear, but it's a listing of what existed. Considering how simple these keyboards, buy it, done. All right, it's on its way. I got it. This is undocumented as well. This manual may as well, or this catalog may as well not exist. So yeah, it's already done bought. Good, yes, I know, right? Now you know what you don't have? Exactly. Seriously, not knowing what I don't have has been a big problem. Now I know what to look for. I know the names of a couple of CAD packages for that computer, but I seriously know like 3. And they're all like really generically named, so this will be a lot better. Andrew Design 900C chip. It's mentioned in MAME. That's hilarious. Seller makes up list of software out of whole cloth. It has a list of software, sure. It's an HP catalog. It looks like it's a real thing. So anyway, yeah, I'm really, really excited about that. Because seriously, it's impossible to find anything. Basically, I was searching through HP users groups archived on Google Books, or no, Google Groups, for engineers who like used to work at HP, who are like, oh yeah, I used to use this thing for this, and just like reading about their stories of what they may have known. And then the programs are named things like Piglet. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna find a whole lot of stuff about the software Piglet. So yeah. Oh yeah, I am absolutely gonna scan it, upload it, all that fun jazz. 100%. All right, beepity beep beep. Okay. Let's do some trace checking. So from here to here. Oh, helps when you're on the correct trace. Okay, that one's good. 0.04 ohms, that's perfect. Good. Good, okay. Now here to here, okay. Now if I just do an ohm measurement, what do I get from here to here? 2.2K? Sure, that looks right. This part of me wants to reprint something designed with ancient CAD, like proprietary Unix. Yeah, Piglet. Yes, that's literally the name of an HP CAD program. UART you pulled is Mask ROM microcontroller. Oh, that's awful. Okay. So, is there a way to like dump the ROM? All right, so far everything looks good, so we might be okay. I'm gonna reflow the traces, and then we will connect it and see what we can find. Yeah, so that is a like a port to that, but it doesn't exist for HP. As far as I'm aware. So this is like a recreation, Digital Ice Age. Might want to apply a lighter color to links on stream chat. Nah, I don't care. I didn't apply any color. That's what your web browser's doing. Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, where'd my solder go? It was here, and then it was still here. Okay. Put acid and put it under a microscope. Right down where the right down where the bits look like. Okay, got it. Oh, you want us to check something out? Look at this. Look at this. We might actually utilize one of these in a moment here. That's what $100 worth of soldering iron tips looks like when you live in Metcal land. So there is a brand new Fat Boy tip. Look at that. Oh yeah. But this is another one of my thin tips, and this is an exact duplicate of the thin tip. I didn't want to get caught up in tariff nonsense, and these are already expensive. I didn't want them to become more expensive. These are original, actual Metcal tips. Maybe I could have found Tektronix, for not Tektronix, Thermaltronics for this, but I went actual Metcal. Because most of my Metcal tips have lasted a decade. Pretty hard to argue with that. I'm going to switch to the narrower chip. We're going to get a nice tight close-up on this for the first time power on of a brand new Metcal tip. Oh, yeah. All right, hold on. We got to get a nice, good macro on this. Relish the initial discoloration. Hold on. This is a rare moment. Actually, quite rare that I actually have to buy a new Metcal tip. Oh, look at it. It's glorious. That's right. A wedge tip. The best kind of tip. Nice and tiny. Here we go. Power activate. It should smoke and discolor. It's been a little while since I've done this. Quite literally a decade. Style of iron is so convenient. Oh, they're the best. Wow, it's actually holding a lot steadier than I would have guessed. What's going on? Pointy tips should... Pointy round tips should have never been made? Yes, exactly. They're garbage. So with big iron is... Huh, apparently it's not going to discolor. Okay. Weird. I really thought it would. Maybe it's just the Thermaltronics that do then. I have a couple of Thermaltronics that I bought just to try. Tin it. Pains me to see it oxidize. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure it is pre-tinned. All right. So here we go. First solder. Oh, you know what? Let's actually get it hot, maybe. let's apply heat to this and not the desoldering iron, maybe. That might help. Here we go. And now it's saying it's not grounded correctly. One moment. Let me make sure it's fully seated. It does look like it's poking out kind of a lot. There we go. It's beautiful. Look at it. Okay, here we go. Discoloring. There's the smoke. That's what I was looking for. The initial yellowing of the tip as it heats up. There we go. It is a soldering iron. Aw, yeah. Thermal cam. This is too hot for the thermal cam. So we're going to just apply a little tiny bit of solder to it here. Boop. Oh, yeah. It's ready for action. Look at it. Windows XP startup sound. All right, here we go. Now we can begin soldering. Bootleg tip? No, this is real deal. This is Metcal. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. That's what soldering iron should be like. Okay. There's one more trace over here that looks a bit concerning. I'm going to flux this area, though, because it seems a little weird. Where'd the loose flux pen go? The tip fell out. There we go. Oh, new Batcal day. It's the best day. Oh, you couldn't see. Whoops, sorry. It's like this. And then it gets hot and melty. Okay. Let me get a close-up look here of everything. Does your grandfather grew up in Spokane Valley? If you had any family worked at Keytronic? Said he applied once, got no call back. I mean, it's probably for the better. Now we don't have to blame him. I'm going to dry brush that section, and I think we're good. So on Keytronic. What's Keytronic? They did the foam and foil pads that are such a problem. Dancing Queen, I think we might just now be done soldering for today. At least hopefully. Yeah, just a little bit of work on this. They made foam and foil, yeah. High-tech, Stackpole also go on the list of evil keyboard manufacturers. Digital Ice Age, I'll ask this question about that. That'll unfortunately send you on a rabbit hole search. Sorry about that. Did the ErgoForce keyboards, let me rephrase that. Were the ErgoForce keyboards the ones behind the Dell Quiet keys? Because the Dell Quiet keys are rubber domes from the 90s that I think are shockingly good. So if it is that, then I can see that. Caps look like something Sector Plastics might have done. They're probably Sprague. Oh, well, the green ones, I don't know. But that one's probably Sprague. Okay. I think we put that back in, and then we're good. Yeah, ain't nothing coming out from under that. Zero signs of any moisture. Just in time to miss all the soldering. I mean, that's really for the better, isn't it? Del Quiet Key use NMB high-tech rubber. Okay. All right, so we put a notch away from the notch that's on there right now so that it matches all of the other chips after I accidentally bend the legs like an idiot. Me. Makes joke. Also me. Screws it up entirely. My point about the Dell Quiet Keys is more that if you want a decent vintage keyboard for a system build, I would actually recommend a Dell Quiet Key as a way of getting an affordable beige keyboard that you won't hate. It doesn't have to be a mechanical keyboard for you to, you know, play DOS games. There we go. Quiet keys are excellent. Have stockpile of those Dell Alps boards. Ah. Okay. So, made a compact version of the Quiet Key. I would daily drive that. I can understand that. So this is going to sound really weird, okay? So I used to daily drive a Logitech. I don't remember what the series name is, but it's a wireless keyboard, has a silver wrist rest built into it, and it has it's just like a thin rubber dome keyboard, and it had a unique layout for the keys above the arrow keys, where it was a big tall delete, page up, page down, end, and home. And it made so much more sense to me than the IBM PC layout where home and end are above each other because it made everything axis aligned. So I was really comfortable with that layout and I really liked it. And I had got the idea stuck in my head that I wanted a Model M. Now, this was before Model M's like super exploded in cost. But before I actually bought a Model M, what I did was I used Logitech Wave Comfort. I'm not going to remember what it's called, sorry. They had a mouse that went with it. They both used the same wireless transmitter that had a piece of bent acrylic that went over it, and then there was a plastic piece that screwed into that, and that was where the wireless stuff was. Anyway, in order to train myself to use a Model M before I plunked down the money, because they were like, you know, a whole $80 then, I bought a Dell Quiet Key and used that for a couple of months. And that was what I learned the IBM layout on and learned to not use the Windows key. And I really enjoyed it. All right. Yes, that is coffee in the canister. Okay. I think this is done. So here's what we can do. We can bring the terminal over. I can connect this to here, and we can use a single foam pad now to try and send a key press to the terminal. Did I use Windows? No. Let me think. That might have been about 2014 that happened. Maybe. And I switched to Linux in 2011. Oh, it's so heavy. Why don't they make these lighter? Ugh. Dude, it's every time I see these on camera, they're just so pretty. Okay. Double check, everything looks good. It's all safe. Okay. So we're gonna leave that loose. I'm gonna plug this into the back. I'm gonna make sure it's in local mode so I don't think that it's not working. I'm gonna plug power into the terminal. And then I'm gonna turn the terminal on. Psych, I'm just gonna pull off the brightness knob because it's coming loose. Oh, no, it did turn on. Check this out, by the way. That's a repaired knob. Second channel video coming on how I did that. Feels old. Does anything I use feel new? Lots of epoxy? I mean, that's one part of it. But did you see the face? You can barely even tell. I don't think you can even tell on that one that anything happened. All right. Here we go. Moment of truth. Does this keyboard work with this terminal? Yes! And like I suspected, it is uppercase only. Oh, score! Okay. It is worth... I mean, it was always worth restoring, but yes! Oh, that's such a big deal. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. I'm excited. Yes! All right. Now we refoam and foil it. Oh, that rocks. Yes! It works, ship it. Yeah, as a bare PCB. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, okay. Whoo! Progress. That's huge progress. Gristleby, I still love your username. Switch to Linux, I found myself trying to make OS2 more and more Unix. I can see that. Oh my gosh. Yes! That's so awesome. Okay. Oh, I should have got a picture of that, but I can screen cap it later.
Says the keys are boarding CHER 100. End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, man. Topping with the bare fingers on the contacts. I think that was going to work, actually. But I don't want to pretend like I'm using one of those weird LED infrared keyboards from, like, Sharper Image. Mod some external shift modifier fork. Not with that, I don't think. Ben might have a better idea of how the matrix works for ASCII with a, you know what? Hold on. Let's turn it on one more time. Let's just hold shift and type a letter and see what happens. Maybe it sends a lowercase letter. I don't know. We'll try typing by just tapping on the copper or the pads as well. And then I will melamine sponge them all before we put it back together, because that actually made a huge difference on whatever I did that on. Not 100% sure I've seen actual schematics of the keyboard. Okay. Say leave it as is if you're reinventing a keyboard. Well, I'm not. We're restoring this one. Okay. Home row. This is a tie. Where's delete? Oh well. Okay, good. I'm actually glad I was screwing that up, because I was about to feel bad that I was better at typing on a flat keyboard with no legends. But all right. We're definitely able to send it stuff here. So I'm going to hold shift. Okay, so that does nothing. Oh, that's doing weird stuff, actually. Is that actually shift? On the other one. Huh. Yeah, I don't think shift does what we expect it to do. Dude, this is awesome. I'm so excited. I don't know why there's no delete key, though. Oh my gosh. That worked correctly. Okay, there we go. Stop procrastinating, get on the foam and foil placement. Yeah, well, actually, I wanted to be able to take a picture here, so yeah. The leaves go back and put a space over it. Yeah, I think it is. Oh man, did we finish the script from yesterday? We didn't record the outro. Oops. Oh well, I can do that tomorrow morning before stream. That's fine. One moment. There we go. All right. Can't find a schematic for the keyboard. It's up to you to compare this one to the other. Could make lowercase work question. Well, how about this, Ben? I will have pins coming for the other gender connector. We can make an intermediate adapter that can just snoop, and then we will be able to just plug in both of them and see what we get out of them. I mean, or I guess I'm probably just going to crack the top off of this one and maybe just solder to the back of this connector or something, and then we'll just compare the keyboard signals that we get. Only works if you can tell shift is down. Ooh. That's true. That's going to be complicated. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. All right, well, probably always going to be uppercase only. Yeah, I don't see how we're going to mod it for that. There's a documentation schematic for the mod for these to make them support lowercase, but not the keyboard. Let's get a good photo of the top of the keyboard, and I'll compare it to the other one. Wait, do we have a good photo of the top of the other one? I know, presumed we did. I don't remember one, but I'll just put this in Discord real quick. There you go. Not, you let us all down? I'm sorry. Hold on, let me blow my nose. I probably have one on my phone, so I just have to find it. We're on the street, that keyboard works. It does! You want to see? Hold on. I don't think you were here. I can show you. Check it out. Here we go. So, I went through, I cleaned up the corrosion, and touched up the solder in a couple of places so that it wouldn't be as corroded. But now I can just tap on the pads and it works. Oh, so close to actually being able to type words. There we go. So I'm about to do a foam and foil replacement on the top side. I'm going to remove all of the caps that are missing the springs or have cracked keys. And then we should have a minimum usable keyboard. So for kicks, here is holding shift and typing 1, which would be an exclamation point, but it doesn't do lowercase letters.
More feedback than a touch screen. End of line.
More feedback than a touchscreen, yeah. Been asleep right now, but you're here for this? Awesome. So the thing of beauty, till we weren't sure what disposition the keyboard was. Glad to see it's getting life again. Yes, it's going to take a little bit. 3D printing the keys is going to be the next big step. I might have springs, so that will be nice for the ones that are missing that. So yeah, it's looking like it might all come together. But yeah, I am super excited. And it's also weird the differences between this keyboard and the other one now that I am starting to use them. The layouts are slightly different, which is weird. So,
Dinosaurials subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 26 months. And says, what do you mean this is get connection? Where are the dehumidifiers? End of line.
Industrious Sand, thank you for the Prime sub and for 26 months. I appreciate that. So yeah, now I'm going to start on the foam and foil pad replacement, which is going to take forever. Doesn't your body also short the keys? Well, it works for the exclamation point. That's why I was showing that first. So that works, but then lowercase keys don't. But this should not be a lowercase keyboard. Also, that actually confirms what I initially thought. The D1 is probably the same as the 6052. We didn't have any kind of confirmation about that previously. That goes in line with that theory. So that's nice to know too. Arizona is the dehumidifier? Yeah. All right. Now let me get the unit out of the way and we will start the re-foam and foiling. So this is good. It can just go to the side now. Now we just have this fun. 60, 52, and a D1 is the keyboard. Comes with it. So Samuel Flint, this is a whole thing I've been trying to figure out in research. I will just summarize what I know instead. Good streams continuing. Sounded for a second like it was wrapping up when I first joined. Oh, no. We have 49 minutes left. So, and I'm going to be extremely exciting for the next little bit here. When the original Dasher here was introduced, and I'm not counting the, I think 6010, is that what it is? When the 6050X series was released, the two models that were available were the 6053, which are both of the ones that I have, and then the 6052. The 6052 was a lower spec configuration that did not support uppercase or lowercase characters. I keep mixing those up. So what I think, okay, so that's that difference. 6051 or 6052 versus 6053. Then when the Dasher D200 and probably Eclipse series computers came out, they decided to rename. Y'all got me working on your 1210 again, or 1200 again? Well, happy to have you back in the fold. It's kind of crazy working on this stuff. Some of the folks, foils are next to the keys on the plate. I don't know. Anyway, so when someone mentioned Nintendo. When the Dasher D200 came out, presumably with the Eclipse series computers, they renamed the 6052 the D1 and the 6053 the D2. At least that's what my inferences from reading different pieces of documentation have led me to believe. It wasn't until today that I had any kind of confirmation on that, because the 6052, again, would not support lowercase characters, and now we know the D1 would not either. So that is what those origins are. Difference between, yeah. So for Samuel, for your question, difference between 6052 and D1 is not what keyboard it comes with, it's what is printed on it. They are identical. But the 6053, which are the other ones that I have, and the D2 would be different from the D1 or the 6052. There's also one, they're like, There's so many here. we just got a haul butt. You know what? I'm just popping them in that, and then I'm just going to slide that into the bag. Frankly, the most important thing is that I get the plastic discs out of the base. I don't really care about the parts that should have the foil on the top, because those will just fall off later. The plastic discs click in, and you have to unclick them. I'm leaving behind so much decayed foam in these that I'm going to have to go back and air out. There could be more permanent replacement foam material. I really wish there was. Watches the excitement. Oh, yeah, the most exciting part of the stream for sure. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's been not as bad of as an adjustment as I would have guessed to switch to reading top-down Twitch chat. I thought it'd be a lot harder. Was this system the Nova? This is a keyboard that is from outside of my original collection. This came from Commodore Z, who is in chat here, who got it from Bill Sudbrink. And they were kind enough to send it to me to complete the second dasher that I got from AJ from Forgotten Machines. So it is a community-driven terminals coming together here for the second one. And I'm really appreciative of it because I'll be able to have one terminal for each machine now. So I spent too much time of the stream thoroughly distracted by phone calls. Ugh, gross. Keyboard driver writing, well, that's at least interesting. Data General Users Group lives? Yeah. Someone mentioned foam and foil used in text select replacements doesn't break down anywhere near as bad as the other stuff. Well, I haven't found any of text select stuff that's been exposed to 50 years yet, so I don't know for sure. But hopefully it doesn't. It's hard to say. I would really like a spring-based replacement, but that's just probably never going to happen. Should be good for a while? Yeah. If it's good for 50 more years, it won't be my problem. There was a Data General Nova in the Living Computer Museum. Possibly, I don't know. They might be the ones that have the Dasher printer teletype thing too. Actually, now you mention it, I'm extremely envious of that. I want one of those quite badly. Gah. But it'll never happen. There's just not enough of that stuff. Shall we could it back? There'd be 2 keyboards, one basic one extended one for a week, one for the week, and one for Sunday's best. Yeah. Think about recapping it. It's like, oh, this is good for now. I might have to do caps in again another 30 years. Yeah, that's very true too. That's why for some things it's nice to try and get away with non-electrolytic caps. I don't always do that, and some things like the analog CRT, it's not going to work. But the all digital caps in the Mac Classic 2, oh yeah, that's super practical to do as all like tantalums. Happened to LCM is so disappointing. Oh, I was thinking of a different place. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
FROSTPYTE 3D subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 31 months and says 31 even more fun. End of line.
Frostbite, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 31 months there. I appreciate that. Yeah, that kind of stuff is why I would eventually like to form a non-profit for my stuff and have it be an actual non-profit with a board that can control what happens to it all after me. And hopefully they don't decide just sell it all. I would like an actual plan. L class good number. Serial 1. Whoa, that's cool. Seeing Talon capitalist for the machine I'm working on, 884, thinking authentic use electros. Go back and get Talon. It depends on what the circuit's doing. If it's anything analog, you might be better off using electrolytics because they'll have the same or at least similar characteristic responses for charge times and things like that, which could be important. But if it's just decoupling caps, use Talons. It won't matter. Are we recording now? Oh, gosh, no. Absolutely not. No one's going to watch me repair a second Dasher keyboard. I mean, other than you guys. Hi, I appreciate you being here. Yeah, Frostbite. This is a second Dasher keyboard sent to me by Commodore Z, who got it from Bill Sudbrink. And we're going to be able to use this to complete the second Dasher terminal. We tested, that one went for a ride. We tested the logic works on the main keyboard, but now we have to re-foam and foil it so that we can actually press keys down. Good grief. Laptop, so 15 are decap, the other 2 charge pump serial, 3 are audio. You could do a hybrid, just only have the charge pumps and the audio be electrolytic. Panels are kind of old school. You want to be MLLC, polymer electrolytics. Well, if you can get the multi-layer ceramics in the capacities that you need, go for it. But they might be like way super stupid expensive.
Bush subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 26 months. And says nice to see more DG. End of line.
MQ Bush, thank you for the 26 months there. I appreciate that. Yeah, DG continues. We have a couple more projects that I want to wrap up before we call this fully done. So yeah, still a little bit more DG. And then we'll start looking at some other things. Love that the through-hole ceramics now just MLCs and a trench coat if you crack them open. Yeah. What about the Tants on a floppy drive a few months ago? I was oh yeah, the dipped ones. Well, those ones are old and suck. New ones I don't think are as likely to do that. D-rate fast depending on the spec voltage. That's also, yeah, man, just caps suck. Just design your circuits to, you know, not need them. That's the answer. Ooh, I got it. Just make PCB capacitors. There you go. I'm sure those will last forever. All right. So Commodore, I don't know if you're still here. I suspect this keyboard was used as a parts donor for something else at some point, because I can't see a reason why every single top row key and this one don't have springs. So hopefully your D200 wasn't used like that. All right, and last one. Boom. Okay. Oh, there's so much foam dust. Ugh. D200 is coming my way. It's from Prop House. Ooh. Okay. All right. Well, again, hopefully, that sounds like it might be different origin, then at least. All right. Now, for the keys that are loose, I think I can pop these out from the back, looking at this. If I get the camera pointed down in there, these kind of remind me of the stack pull high-techs. They have a little latch in there that's holding the key cap in place. So if I press on that from the back, then it might not snap, I'm hoping. So let's find out. 200 camera keyboard you got. It's likely from the mid-Atlantic area. Okay. Many of the old boards, Titanium's way too low voltage rating. Yeah, that too. Okay. So unfortunately, I think this one is slightly broken. So I'm going to pop that out. Yep, that one snapped, as is the period over here. Ooh, unfortunately, there's another one over here that is broken as well. Let me pop that out. Come on, play nice. Not glued in, is it? That one might be glued in. I'm going to leave it. Okay, so I can see some of these have one of the wings missing like that from the back, so I'm just trying to find all of those and pop them out. I'll end up with the springs for some of them, but it's worth it to make sure they don't fall out accidentally. Dude, this foam is awful. Hold on. It's everywhere, and it is irritating. There you go. Wet paper towel, try and get it all to stick to it. And anything else, just go away. No, I don't want you. Be gone. Okay. Snort the foam. Oh, gosh. Okay, that one's good, good, good. Okay, so I think it's just going to be the edge ones. So I'm going to pop all of these out just because they're missing the springs. If I can. Wow, that's tight. That is not easy to remove. One thing I can tell, Commodore, that's slightly unfortunate, this key definitely broke off more recently with how the plastic is aged. So that's unfortunate. Did you smoke? Don't breathe this. Foam is kind of like sand? Yeah, a little. I'm going to try popping that one out here. See how this works. Wow, that is not easy. How on earth? Oh, that was the wrong one, but that worked. I'll keep that method in mind. Hold on, I think I might have a better pokerator for this. Will that fit? No. Ah, that had to have broken something. Yeah, wow, the plastic is just decaying in place on that one. That one's not coming out. Man, wish I had a... I need to find a flat screwdriver. I wonder if this would work. It will just barely not fit, but that might be perfect. That worked. Okay. That might be the winning strategy. So light pressure from the front. Oh, that's the way to do it. There we go. Okay. That works super well. Okay, I think that's all the ones that don't have springs, so we can leave all of the other ones in there. And an idea just occurred to me. I could try and glue this piece onto that key to try and repair it. I don't know. That one's going to be rough, but for now I'm going to put this back because the way that I'm seeing this works now, it might hold decently enough. So we'll just leave that there. Are we going to color match the stem? Yeah. But those are all of the keys that are missing springs, and for some reason, they're all the unlabeled keys, which is really confusing. One of these is bad. I might need to repair or just not worry about it. I could glue them into the stem if I wanted to be bad. So, all right. Now, though, it's pad time. Yay, pads. Woo! Oh, this is bent. Should I try unbending this? Okay, unbent. That was easy. That's concerning. That was way too easy. The glue shifted a lot on that one. I'm going to set that one aside. All right, here we go. Let the pad attaching fun begin. We had a 100% success rate with me and Usagi working on the other one, so I got a lot to live up to here. What time is it? Ooh, it's not impossible for me to actually get this done.
JJDB 210 has subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 40 months, currently on a 40-month streak, and says 334 CT. End of line.
JJ, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 32 and 8, 40 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Pokerator is the best tool there. Performing a benectomy. Kind of surprised you use foam and foil. It seems like one of the cheaper options. I mean, I think you just answered your own question there. I don't know about you, but nothing I really see coming from Data General makes me think, gee, that's a high quality choice they made there. What are you talking about? I can talk about the Switch 2 all I want while I'm doing this, because this is super boring and I barely have to pay attention. I just got to make sure I click on all 4 sides and I'm good to go. DG, but you can't afford a tech. Here, let me make Ben and Majenko try to convince me to something. There's a Microvax for sale near me. Should I buy it? Buy it. Yes. I don't know. How much? Oh, that's the problem. It's $7,500 because someone's selling their entire vintage computer collection all in one go. Which one? It's like a half of the height of the Micronova, and it's got the awesome double floppy drive. So that our marketplace, the thought of Shelby, yeah. Enough computers to feed the channel until you retire. I think I might have that already, if I'm honest. By the way, highly recommend Pokerator for this. This works extremely well. I should have bought more Pokerators when I was making my DigiKey order. Dang. The thing I'm going to get the most use out of in the DigiKey order that's coming on Monday is a longer ESD strap, and I'm so sad about that because it's going to be awesome, but it's such a weak sauce thing, but it's going to be so nice. Strap one Pokerator, show me Pokerator hands, yeah. 1.5 the height of the Micronova is not going to be a big boy Vax. Well, I mean, it says Microvax, so I suspect it should be fine. Oh, I'm not sure what you mean by that. In that it's wouldn't need stupid licensing nonsense or something. Here's what I know about Vax. They don't mean vaccines. And now we have exhausted all of my knowledge about Vax.
Loracoo says CHEER 100 hacks and age thing. It's like the fun you get when you unwrap a new dishwashing sponge. You know you're getting old. End of line.
All right, see you, Commodore. And thanks again. I really appreciate it. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Is it on Facebook Marketplace? Yes. Do you have power in the wall for it? Ah, yeah, that one's fun. How much time do I got? 11 minutes. Okay, we got a haul butt. I didn't actually count if I had enough pads. This is not a full kit. This is just what's left over from the 2 kits that I had. We're on merged scraps of foam and foil pads. I have placed an order for another set already, so try and have enough in stock to do things. Why am I getting a notification? Ignore your phone, it's just you? Well, now I want to know. I can sort you out if you get stuck. I don't think I'm going to spend $7,500 on it, Ben. That's the bigger impetus. If the $7,500 wasn't a problem, then I would just buy one of those 240-volt Jackeries that are like $1,200, and then I could just charge it up for a week and then run the Microvax or whatever on that if it needed more power. Also, there's a lot of stuff with it, and it would enough stuff that I would have to get an additional storage unit, which I can definitely tell you would not be fun. Or stuff you can ship to the UK, trying to find the listing. Want to see this haul? Again, it's someone just trying to get out of their entire vintage computer collection. So I'm about to wire 240 where it sits. I'm not going to be able to do that. Oh, for the 4X. Don't know how it's going to work out with the 4X. That is a big unknown. Because the only way to operate the 4X is with the hard drives. And they are not, they're not light on the power consumption. Found it? All right. I think you're going to have to link that for Ben. So he can sleep at night. Yeah, see, it's a lot of CRTs. That's why I was saying I would have to get another storage unit. I might even have to actually start selling stuff. Because I don't think I need that many CRTs. Oh, so boring. Ah. Why do I have my floppy drives on over here? I'm listening to them hum away for like no reason. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, yeah, I want the Compact Reliant ML570 more than your stupid Microvaxes. Not worth it. Sorry, maybe if you talk them down to 3,000. I mean, for the space that it takes up, yeah, that adds a lot of like cost. Have them play a song, yeah. Mostly boring CRTs will take the monitor 3 off your hands. I don't think so. My Apple II would be very happy to have one of those dedicated to it. It's a huge haul. Yeah, it really, really is. Again, to the point of being a burden. You want the proper monitor for that? I would love one. I think there actually is a Apple II monitor in there as well. But you got to remember, I have a Plus 2 or a 2 Plus. I think the Apple III monitor is the correct monitor for that. There are Apple advertisements that show the 2 Plus being used with the 3 monitor. I spent bulk computer a lot, Facebook 1600, and they got me 6 Sun Workstation 2 HDI Indigos over Dungeon PCs Max. I mean, the most for me is still Data Generals, and I only got 2 computers out of that. They don't even work. Well, one of them does now, but, you know, kind of took some effort. After that, it's 500 for my Apple II Plus, actually, which also came with, like, you know, some other nonsense, like a boxed WAS 2GS and a boxed classic 2, I think, and then just, you know, who cares, like a boxed Apple II hard drive and like a just, you know, boring stuff. The boxed Apple II Plus is what I was really after. Because I'm pretty sure 2 Plus is the earliest Apple II I'm ever going to get my hands on. Apple II monitor, Apple IIe. Okay, let me see this. Are you sure that's of the era of the 2 Plus and not the 2E? Because I believe that's a 2E monitor, not a 2 Plus. I need to do another video about the 2 Plus. I really want to keep learning that system. I have a desk to dedicate to it now, even. I'm really looking forward to setting it up somewhere. And then getting a little midget baby stool for it, because it's really short. Like, I might just get a pillow and sit on that. Monitor 2 is designed for Apple II Plus, used widely throughout Apple II product line, most commonly 2E. I'm going to press X to doubt on that one. What year did it come out? Because again, there are advertisements with the 2 Plus using the 3 monitor. It probably doesn't matter anyway, because realistically, I should use a color monitor on it. I have a 2 color monitor. Apple III monitor came out before the Apple II monitor. That I know. That's why I'm saying that that is the correct monitor for the 2 Plus. There wasn't really, honestly, a correct monitor for the 2 Plus. It was meant to be used with your RF TV. That's why the like super classic GE Home of the Future advertisement that you see in early issues of Byte. I mean, I say GE Home of the Future, but they got like the dude in the kitchen with the Apple II on his dining table. And it's just like, that's a weirdo place to use it. But anyway, he's using it with a television. What I really want is 2C monitor, because I don't have a 2C these days. 2C monitor is quite unique. Oh man, I need to crack mine open so I can recap it. I forgot about that. We need to do that someday. That'll be a nice, I don't want to think stream. I have to remember that. Come in, I look it around, stare at the wall for a bit, brains goo. Let's open it up and cat map the 2C monitor. Peter's long-standing meme in the industry for some reason. Yeah. You'd be able to fit every recipe ever on a floppy disk, though. It's the future. Put the floppy in your Apple II. It starts out, on a long summer's day when I was visiting my grandparents in their apple orchard, we wanted a pie, and my grandmother went out and got 4 apples. It's like allrecipes.com where it's got like their whole life story in the first paragraph before the recipe. You have to change to the second floppy disk before they even actually get to the recipe. Yeah, you have to mail in a check, yeah. Just turn the disc over. Oh, Mr. Fancy with your double-sided disc. It is gonna be close on having enough pads for this. Wow. It's a good thing I am not putting pads in the function row. Disk 2 doesn't use an index sensor, doesn't care about flipping disks over. Yeah. Set oven to 350. Please insert next disk. I don't know why. I really, really like that. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have one spare pad for just the keys I was going to do. So I could not have fully redone the entire keyboard today, even if we had all the springs and the keys were all intact. Holy moly. That is lucky. Yes, it's good. It has less keys after all. Yeah, trash picked. Tandy Shelby made a video about was one of those kitchen appliance computers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't get to include as much of your research in that video as I would have liked. That would have been cool, but I think it just didn't make sense with how simple the video concept was. That and then I really need to figure out a good way of dumping everything from that hard drive. Maybe I just put guest on a floppy drive and stick a zip disk drive on there. Dump everything over the parallel port. Probably be the smart way to do it. Really wanted to image the hard drive, but I haven't gotten around to that yet. Stupid data general stuff, just eating all my time. You know, let's make that our first not data general stream, actually. Dumping the Tandy RL1000 hard drive to a zip disk. I don't remember, how big was the floppy drive? Probably, or hard drive. Probably will all fit on the, what you call it, zip disk. Or at least on multiple. Be a fun stream. Yeah, I'd really like to get that archived. I know Foon wanted it. I just... Stupid XTA hard drive. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. 5 minutes to spare. Whoo! Oh, spacebar. Blah. Okay, any of them look weird. Need clipped. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, man. Ugh, there's literally one in the bag. That's it. One. And the awful one that I rejected last time because the plastic disc is shifted off to the side. I could probably peel it off and glue it on again, but I'd have to actually do it. Whew. Okay. Oh. 20 megabyte drive? Ah, that'll be a cakewalk then. All right. Let's slam this sucker back together. And then we can do a final test. I'm not going to do a big clean on this because we clearly have a lot more work to do. So I'd rather just get it back together, get it into a working state, and then we can start to form our real plans because we're going to have to design and model a 3D part for printing for the keys. So yeah, a lot of work to do. Oh man, no, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. Tandy HD tomorrow? No. We're doing this. We're either this or USB keyboard adapter tomorrow. You're getting fully dead component mostly working. Have clear path fully working? Yes.
Ultimate says USB keyboard adapter hype CHEER 100 end of line. Bush says CHEER 100 beginning of line end of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. And MQ Bush, thank you for the 100 bits. These the fingerprints wiped off? You know what, it doesn't. And I already put the screws in. I don't feel like taking them back out. So we're just going to leave them. It'll be fine. We're going to be back in there anyway because we're going to have to put more foam pads in there. So it'll be fine for now. We're going to run slightly over.
100, don't fall asleep on the tube or you will end up at the end of line.
That is a... That's a very regional reference there.
Magicotex says CHEER 100. We demand more keyboard action tomorrow. There is no end of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Majenko, thank you for the 100 bits. Sleek Shred will lock on eBay continues. Oh, that's... never mind. Did you win? Are you winning, son? Yeah, tomorrow, keyboard... either modeling keys on this or working on the USB keyboard adapter. I'm really feeling like modeling keys. I kind of want to start that process. I have a different 3D print that I want to do, and we might experiment with finishing on it as well. See what we can do. Got out in the last 2 seconds. Ah, that's unfortunate. You learn FreeCAD again? Who says I'm using FreeCAD? I'm not a masochist. Can make a silicone mold on the broken ones.
100. I'm bored by the keys, JK.
You know, I could. Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. You know, actually, though, I could. It's an interesting point. Maybe it's good with acetone smoothing. Stick with PLA? Yes, because I don't want to breathe ABS. So I'm going to sand and polish PLA. I got polishing compound and wheels for my Dremel. We're going to try that. ABS probably good since the original was made of. Most likely, but again, I'm not printing ABS. Additionally, I would need like a heated enclosure, just like not dealing with all that. So many tiny screws. Ah. Keyboard should be usable after this. We will actually be able to use the terminal this way. So that will be super awesome. There will be enough keys for it to be functional. And basically all of the data general stuff uses uppercase. So it'll be workable. Shop PBT, I'm a daily driver, starting to develop shiny spots. You should see my DOS keyboard that I use for my main desktop right now. I haven't been using my it's called retrofitted industrial Model M that I put together because the high frequency pings from the keys the cat has become extremely sensitive to as he has become extremely old. So I'm not using that right now. So I'm using a DOS keyboard, and not only have I worn the space bar to be super shiny, I have worn the N key to be super shiny from dragging my finger across it to reach the space bar. Because I use my index finger to press space like a monster. Because I grew up on laptops. Poor cat sensitive to the best keyboard? Yeah. Yeah, you'll never be able to unsee that now. I use an index finger to press spacebar. This is why you have thumbs? Nope. That's not what it's thumbs for. Thumb is for trackpad. Or you have dreadful taste in keyboard layouts. I don't blame the cat for anything. I'm saying I'm using a DOS keyboard. That was just why I was explaining why I'm using a DOS keyboard. I'm using the DOS keyboard because it has browns, by the way. The DOS keyboard was a Goodwill pickup. That's the only reason I have it. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of improvements we can make on getting deeper into this, but that's for a later date. Oh, let's plug in the cable. DOS, DAS, yes. Not basically an IBM Model M, yeah. Silent keyboards are boring keyboards. You live with people, you can get them earplugs. It's probably cherry blues, Paul. Those are the most common loud switch. Especially if it's a non-name brand keyboard, I'm going to say. They very commonly come with just generic blues. Model F reproduction to Zoom meeting once, never done that again. Because you're getting so many questions about how awesome your keyboard was. You're just too distraught from stealing the show. Dude, I used a Model M in an office. I don't care. I'm not sacrificing ergonomics. I don't mean this office. I mean in an actual professional work setting. They sold them for use in offices. People could suck it up. I'll just say, no one ever got fired for buying an IBM. It looks worse because we're missing more keys now, but it's infinitely more functional now. Okay, you guys ready for this? Let's bring the heavy boy back around. Oh gosh, so heavy. Many heavy, much weight. Oh man, look at it. I really like these things. They're so awesome. All right, we're in local. Tighten that. Tighten that. Oh, yeah. Pop it on. I might need to deoxit that just to, just to lubricate it. Make sure you didn't put the function keys away somewhere. They're right here. I'm walking away from this just like it is for today, and then tomorrow morning I will put them in a bag. Why does it say 1? Where did the... Oh. Well, that sucks. That sucks a lot. Yep, definitely been a parts keyboard. This thing has been fully disassembled at some point, and it's gonna be very disassembled again. This is the 1 key. It prints 2. This is the 2 key. It prints 3. They are all offset by 1. I don't know what that is supposed to be. It's clearly not a race page. Yeah, so that's a race page. Okay, so the keys are in the wrong spots. So I'm going to have to take it apart and pop the keys out. Oh well, but at least this is a dasher. There's got to be a backspace or a delete or something. Race page. This is a dasher keyboard that now works. Wow, there we go. Yeah, buddy. So there we are. At least you have the method figured out. Yeah. Man, keyboard where people like to start their array indexes at 1. I would try to pull them out from the front, but I really don't want to snap the stems. So I'm now thinking someone may have tried to decap this at some point, and it broke the 2 keys. So that might have been what happened there. It's unfortunate. I will go in. I'm going to pop. I'm going to find see if I can. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to find a picture of a D1 or map this myself. and try and figure out what goes where. Like there's an escape key right here. I don't know what goes where. So I'm gonna have to try and find an image of a D1 layout. Figure this out. But yeah. Yes. We have a second keyboard. Yee! I'm so excited. That's 2 usable terminals now. Oh man. There's one in the manual. Awesome. One mo. You can just put it on Discord because I mean we are overtime. So okay. Where did it come from? Commodore Z sent it to me after getting it from Bill Sudbrink, and I'm extraordinarily appreciative of it because, I mean, there we go. Fighting entropy one keyboard at a time. Yes. So, all right, there we have it. Another usable dasher. I'm happy to have this collecting habit. I love these things. They're so awesome. Oh, man. All right. Well, it is time to wrap up the stream. Be able to play multiplayer notepad. Yeah, no kidding. I'm going to run the outro here. But first off, I'll mention, hey, look, we got names by the credits up there now. But while the stream is ending, that's not the end of the Tech Tangents for today. Because over on the second channel, there is now a video where I go confuse Divx with Divx. And if you want to see that, you can have some fun there. Discord, Ben, please, because that link is ephemeral. Yeah, there's a second channel video about a first look at a Cow on A2 multimedia player. Tech Tangents. Oh, the YouTube. I had Twitch gets mentioned on there too. I don't care. Whatever. Divx, yes. Well, that is gonna be it for today. I'm so happy. If you all enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified again, to be notified when I go live again next. If you did enjoy it and you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. I promise your shirt will not have been worn for 3 days straight. If you but that is it for now, and I will see you all next time. Cuckoo is my username for things like GitHub, so I just leave that there because it doesn't need to be technical.